And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to another week, another month, another edition here of the StarCraft Evolution League Doubles number 2. Your regular dose of a StarCraft Evolution 2v2 action. I'm Coach SIVIP, with him joined by these amazing players and by the ByuN chat as well. Welcome, wonderful. It's been an intense night of StarCraft. We were live, of course, last night with GSL. We were live with GSL. It was an intense broadcast as well. Non-stop ace matches. If you missed it, I do highly recommend the VOD. It was a lot of fun. Was an intense experience, of course, covering the final Renovates group stage of GSL, and of course the rebroadcast is going to be available over on other platforms in a couple of days over the weekend. That'll be the rebroadcast. But again, if you want the live cast, it is over on Soup. We did have the live broadcast. The VOD is available, of course, as well. So now, though, we are jumping into our morning broadcast. StarCraft Evolution League Doubles. Again, this event is partnered with the Uthermal 2-2 circuit to provide points for the Uthermal circuit overall. Does provide less points, of course, as it is a different game mode, but 2v2 nonetheless. It's a unique format here. StarCraft Evolution 2v2. As a result of that, we do have different pairings. With Brood War and with SE2 races, and I'm excited to see how our players do perform. Let us go. First is going to be a best of three matchup here between ByuN, Solar, and Mini Zerg and Cygnus. Let us go. I also am curious as to what kind of maps we involve as well, and what changes have been made. Bearing in mind this is going to be the SC Evo version of the maps. Let's go. Let us jump on into our quarterfinals match. Our goal here tonight is going to be to cover some of the quarterfinal matches, into the semis, into the grand finals thereafter. When it comes to our current players here, ByuN and Solar, they are very well versed when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, and when it comes to regular SC2 as well. I would say they come in as one of the favorite teams. Meanwhile, Mini Zerg and Cygnus, they are some of the best 2v2 teams out there. 100%. They're some of the best 2v2 teams out there. But when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, they are less experienced, and that is going to be factoring in, of course, as well, is the experience factor of some of these players who maybe are well versed in one but not the other, whether it's 2v2 or StarCraft Evolution. For those that are just now tuning in, StarCraft Evolution is a mod. It's a game mod here that does bring together Brood War and StarCraft 2 and does pit them against each other here. Not necessarily balanced for 2v2, and we haven't seen too much of SE Evo 2v2. There have been plenty of tournaments in the past, but usually not in English. Usually they're featured in other languages. There's a lot of CIS tournaments that feature 2v2, and some Chinese tournaments as well. But now we're jumping into some StarCraft Evolution content. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Undercurrent. It's going to be on Undercurrent, which is on the 2v2 ladder. Jump in. Vamonos. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Undercurrent, we have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss himself. We have the red Zerg. It is Mini Zerg and Cygnus. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran. We have the SC2 Zerg from South Korea. It is ByuN and Solar. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, ByuN Solar top right, we have Mini Zerg and Cygnus bottom left. Cygnus, of course, rolling on Brood War Protoss, and Mini Zerg landing on SC2 Zerg. Okay, so we have our respective races. Once again, as I mentioned, I do feel like our Protoss player here, Cygnus, is going to be a little bit less experienced in the StarCraft Evolution, so we'll see how they're able to adapt on the fly. Meanwhile, ByuN, I would imagine, but we covered the StarCraft Evolution doubles number 1, and ByuN, he did play Brood War every time. Solar, he's a little bit less confident or less willing to embrace the Brood War side of things, so we're expecting ByuN to kind of like tank that and to play Brood War every time, and Solar to play SC2 whenever possible. Let's go. Let us go. And now when it comes to the format of the SEL doubles, I believe the losing team will have, sorry, I said losing team. I believe the winning team has the advantage to pick their races, or it might be the losing team. Like that's to compensate the advantage to pick their races. And I don't think there are any restrictions as well, which means once we get into game number 2, we can actually pick like double Brood War, double Protoss, or double SC2. I believe that is possible. We'll have to double check. Yeah, so it's loser's pick. Yeah, so loser's pick. So losing team, they can pick whatever they want. The starting map though, game number 1, it is gonna be forced. You know, Brood War and SE2 versus Brood War and SE2. Yeah. Just double checking. Behind this, it is going to be a 3-rack setup. So 3 racks into a sim timing here out of ByuN, which is kind of what we're expecting, what we're known for. ByuN, it's either we go 3-rack stim or we do go for mech. Those are typically the 2 like build options of choice that ByuN does embrace. And here it is going to be the Bio. We're getting into the Bio setup. Likewise, Solar is just expanding, just droning. Behind this, we do have our 3rd hatchery on the way here for Mini Zerg, so just building up into his 3rd base. Now, when it comes to Mini Zerg and Cygnus, at least in regular 2v2s, they're typically very aggressive, they're typically very assertive, they're in your face, and again, they are one of the best 2v2 teams in the world. But in StarCraft Evolution, we'll see how we open up as we're actually rushing into Sky Toss. Okay, +1 flyer attack is on the way, and we're getting to the Stargate, of course, as well. Cygnus, it's looking like we're trying to go for a carrier rush. Yeah, 2nd Stargate gets thrown down. Cygnus, of course, claiming the pocket expansion, and it's going to be up to Mini Zerg to protect Cygnus. Here we go. We do have the Baneling Nest on the way for Solar. Ooh, that is an early Baneling Nest. We might be planning to just go for a Bane Bus. 16 lings are on the way. Solar, he's committing, he's doubling down. Solar, did he scout? He did not. So they're not aware of the greed here of their opponents. Not yet. We're opening up scouts, at least initially, to try to deny vision, to deny any kind of scouting information. The sim timing is upon us here, and we're going for a very strong attack. We're going for an all-in. It's going to be the 3-rack stim timing out of ByuN, but it's going to be the Bane Bust out of Solar. Oh boy. So hyper aggression here from our Korean team. We're catching the lings. Yeah, Ling speed just not finishing, but so many Lings already go down. Oof. Heavy losses there for Mini Zerg. He's racing back home, and remember, he has to defend by himself. Essentially, Cygnus doesn't really have much to work with, and we abandon the low ground. Yeah, low ground is abandoned. Battery's going to be thrown down. Throws down cannons, I should say. 2 cannons. Scouts are... We're going mass scout, okay? We're building up our scouts. They will help. And we ignore the base. We should just be ignoring the hatchery. We're going for the kill. I say that Marines, they will. Okay. They focus on the hatchery for a moment here. Yep, ByuN is going for the 3rd base. Meanwhile, Solar's going for the natural. Scouts are revealed. They try to focus on the banelings. Nice use of the scouts. Gets another baneling. Yeah, gets another. 2 bases to full, and we're backing up. From here, we're backing up. We're rotating. Solar, he now starts to drone up. Late droning, late saturation, but he's getting there. Again, they took down 2 bases. Not bad. Took down 2 expansions. And does Solar face check? We gotta be careful. We have to be careful here. There are banelings ready and waiting. Fleet Beacon is on the way. Again, that'll be for the carriers. And looks like ByuN and Solar will be backing up. As another baneling is focused down. Starter stepping. Baneling moves in. Ooh, big connection. Yeah, shuts down the Zerglings. Solar once again rotating. Once again, he has to be careful that there are a lot of banelings. A lot of banes. Because he just goes right in. Oh my god. He just rushes right on in, going for the mineral lines, going for the queens. And he gets 1. You know, 1 queen is surrounded. The other queen does waddle away. Flush transfuse, but the queen will still fall. Yeah, the queen does still fall. Lings, they focus on drones. Banelings are distracted. At the same time, the base is denied once. So again, was that a kill? Ooh, was a cancel. Yeah, what a brutal loss. And again, behind this, we're saturating. We're taking up. We do have a siege mode on the way. Factory's already done. Building up into the mid-game. Scan confirms, of course, the fleet beacon confirms the scouts are still being produced. Still just scouts. And as you saw, they're good at targeting down certain units here. Can try to fight for map control, but so far ByuN and Solar, they're looking very comfortable. From here again, biotank from ByuN. Solar is getting into range upgrades. Interesting, and it is going to be for Ling Bane Hydra, as the Hydra is going to be thrown down. Here we have Geritic Thrusters on the way, question mark. I think that's scout speed. Oh, no, the Bailings, no! Every Bailing goes down, no Bailing speed, they all get caught out. Oh my god. And GG. GG, Mini Zerg, he does tap out. Again, he lost every single Bailing. And now we just got the sickness. GG. GG, well played. And ByuN and Solar, they will take game number 1. GG. Cool. GG will play that will take a lead in the series. Again, it was just a very rough start from Zerg and Cygnus. They were unable to scan and confirm the all-in that was coming. And even if they had, Cygnus was being hyper greedy going into mass carrier, going into mass scouts, right? He was going into mass scouts, so he had the minimal units to defend. He couldn't really support Mini-Zerg. Mini-Zerg was on his own. It was a very mature reaction to, once they realized what was happening, just abandon the low ground bases, but they still lost the expansions. And even though they held onto their main bases, they just fell further and further behind. They got outscaled throughout the course of the game as they could not keep up economically with their opponents, and GG. GG well played. With that, ByuN and Solar, they claimed game 1, and now we're jumping into game numero 2. Let's go. Let us go. As game 2 is going to be on Rohana even. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rohana, we have the green Protoss player. We have the green Protoss himself. We have the red Zerg. We have the double Protoss team. It is Cygnus and Mini-Zerg. I keep saying double Protoss whenever I want to say SE2. The double SE2 team is what I meant to say. And spawning in the, that's not going to be the last time I say that. In the top left hand corner, we have we have the double Brood War team. It is going to be ByuN and Solar. Now, something that I mentioned previously comes into play here. It is loser's pick when it comes to what races to play. So because Cygnus and Mini-Zerg are down in the series, because ByuN and Solar won the first game, both Cygnus and Mini-Zerg have chosen to play double StarCraft 2, which means they're forcing double Brood War out of Solar and ByuN. Coming into this as a result of that, I will say that Solar specifically is going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. He's still a very strong StarCraft Evolution player, that is true, but he is less comfortable playing Brood War. We'll see how he can handle himself. Likewise, Cygnus and Mini-Zerg, now they can get comfortable. Now Cygnus can actually get into his own game, and we'll see how he does embrace this. Let's go. Let's find out. Welcome to Rohana. We have separated main bases. Our main bases are isolated from each other, so that can lead to some focusing of certain players and focusing on aggression as well. It can be difficult to support your teammate on a map like Rohana, but the naturals are shared, right? We have shared natural bases, so here we have a stronger unified defense. Coming to our third bases, once again we split up. We have bases here on the right and bases on the left, and once again they are very spread out from each other. So getting into the mid game, players are going to be a little bit more isolated, and it'll come down to map awareness, map control, and main army rotations, typically. As forcing way up the ramp should be difficult with that unified defense. From here, we're just going to be opening up once again 3x sim timing here by ByuN. Same build 2 games in a row, and again we expect to see this quite a lot throughout the course of the broadcast for ByuN. Meanwhile, Solar does go for his own hatch gas pull into macro hatchery here on the low ground as well. With this, he's just going to be likewise securing his own economy and building on up. Oh, okay, this I was not expecting. Skipping link speed and going straight into Hydra Tech. Okay, interesting. I mean, you do want these early Hydra Dens in ZVX matchups just to make sure you can defend against, say, Oracle Harass, just so you have some anti-air. If you don't want to rely on just purely site defense and spores, and you can get the early Hydras to make sure we are secure, as bearing in mind, Brood War Zerg do not have queens. True. Sierra Lord is going to be denied. Barely survives, one shot away from going down. Trying to come in for the scouts, and it is going to be a 2-gate opener. Okay. Yeah, 2-gate opener here by Cygnus. This is a little more aggressive, and the Zergling, I believe, does scouts. Yeah, Solar, he does scouts, does get eyes in the second gateway. Speaking of second gateway here, we do have a third gateway. Yep, there we go. I mean, again, the second gateway is already a massive tell that something is wrong. It is going to be 3-gate aggression out of Cygnus. So hyper aggression out of our Protoss player. Meanwhile, we're going for a main bust. So we're going for the all-in. We're going for the all-in. So 3-gate aggression here by Cygnus with Vanilla Stalkers. Meanwhile, Massling Bane out of Mini-Zerg. And we'll see if ByuN and Solar can pull off a defense. Now, already, they scouted aggression. Remember, seeing that second gateway is a tell. That is a big tell that something is wrong, that something aggressive is coming. We have Hydra upgrades on the way, more Hydras are amassing as well. Behind this, we have the bunker on the low ground. We have some biomedic building up, but is this going to be enough to survive the bust itself? Because here comes the all-in, here comes the bust. Yeah, 6 bailings to do more fin. Committing. Clearly the world is all Protoss. True, true. Clearly SE2 is all Protoss. This is the takeaway. It's here we go. Bailey's gonna be rolling in. And so far, nice repair here in the bunker. Does try to repair. Bailey's do make it through. They connect with mainly Hydra. Hydras, they tank the Bailings. Nice split, my spread, and the all-in so far is failing. We're down to 4 Bailings. The wall is solid. Hydra, they start to bid. The target fire, ooh, a couple of Bailings do connect, but overall, we're holding. Yeah, we're holding on. Mini Zerkies out of Ling Bane. Only Stalkers remaining. And ByuN and Solar, they make their stand. They make their stand here. They hold on. We're waiting for the upgrades. We have our +1 on the way. U2 3HLs. Once the upgrades kick in, we can move out. Meanwhile, second bust. Cygnus and Mini-Zerg, they're still in. Like, they're not probing. They're not probing, they're not saturating. At least Mini-Zerg isn't, I should emphasize. As Hydras, they clean up all the lings. They start to step forward. He wants the Stalkers. He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 3. Oof. Yeah, 3 Stalkers do fall. 4 Stalkers left. Has to pull out. Behind this, Twilight Council is on the way. 3rd expansion is on the way as well for Cygnus. Again, Cygnus is trying to transition out of this. Meanwhile, Mini-Zerg, he's still just flooding lings. He's still ling flooding. Still minimal drones here at the natural. Nothing at the 3rd. Like, no droning. No saturation. Oof. And Mini-Zerg, he has to retreat. They have to pull away. They lose map control. The low-ground expansion is exposed. This 3rd base should not finish. As the army does rush in. Once again, Lings, they try to engage. The Lings are on their own. No Bailings. And the Lings are all going to go down. But we're tanking for the Stalkers. True. We're tanking. There's just not enough to tank, though. There's not enough buffer. A couple of Bailings to finish up. Does focus on 1, 2. 3 Bailings left. And ByuN and Solar, they're back off. They've been trading very well for themselves. They've been trading very nicely. Pulling back. Lair is on the way. Solar is lacking drones. That is a concern. He's lacking saturation. Solar's on 22 workers. Jesus. sorry. He's on 33. 22 is Mini-Zerg. Again, Mini-Zerg, he has not droned in minutes. It's been a while, and even now he's still not droning. Still massing up Ling Bane. So again, our SE2 team, they're still completely all in. There's no 3rd expansion. Not yet. There's no drones. Here comes wave number 3. Here we go. Cygnus is rotate here on the subside. Ling Bane still amassing. The goal, I feel like the best case scenario here for Cygnus and Mini-Zerg is that both ByuN and Solar start to move out, and then they get caught. Right, they get caught moving out to the open. That'll be best case scenario. Again, we'll see if they can pull it off. Blink almost done. We have double Robo on the way. The 3rd expansion is being rebuilt. Scan does reveal the 3rd base. Meanwhile, we have Lurker Tech for Solar. The lair is done. Lair is done. He's on proper 2-base saturation this time. Now we can afford Lurkers. Mini-Zerg is still on 22. Yep, still on 22 drones. They're still... still no drones, still no saturation, still completely all in. Oh, boy. And of course, the longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN and Solar. Better it is. We got our siege line. Appreciate the SimCity that Solar was constructing. Oh, 3rd CC is going to go down. Might even just be a kill. One more volley. He gets it. Kills the CC. Greed out of ByuN. Greedy man. Yo, we're taking him into a radiate. True, it's the SEL version of the map. Yeah. For those curious, you can see it on top of the minimap, actually. This is Rohana SEL. I believe we have increased mineral patches. So the patches have been changed for SE Evo. So you can sustain yourself on 2 bases that much longer. There Your Solar breaks out, and do we set up for this round? Again, it's still slow Banes because we never drone, we never got a lair, we never... Let's see if we can lock down the army. The Lunkers are moving in, tanks do siege. And once again, the low ground is going to be denied. Do you see when he's going for a counterattack? Does go for the counterattack, does catch reinforcements. Catching out Hydras, catching out Marines. I mean, good trades here by Minizerg, but the biggest issue here is that we can't replace these units. Like, we're going to throw all this away. Yeah, Lings are being thrown away. Do you see that Solo does race back home? Does race home to defend. ByuN defends with reinforcements. There's still a couple of Lings in the bases. We can morph in Baelings. But that was it. Like, Minizerg, he plummets in supply. He's still retaining those Baelings. And here comes ByuN. Oof, massive tank shots. And tank voids, they just bully Sickness. Mass Hydra here on the left-hand side. Also pushing in. Yo, we got the slow Banes, Pappy. We got the slow Banes. We have built up to 4, so it'd be 6 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossi. I mean, there's a lot of potential with Colossi, with 6 of them, I suppose. That is true. Oh my god, there's a defense matrix. He does move in. Again, there's still a lot of splash damage available here for Cygnus and Minizerg. And now we commit. Tanks are sieging. Yeah, tanks they siege forward. Bailey's roll in. And they should not connect, and they don't. I mean, they connect with Hydras, but not with the Marines. Marines, they sim on forward, they rush on in. They get 1 Colossus. He gets 1. Oh my god, there are so many Colossi. They're actually trading quite well. They're trading well, but we're getting some of the robo, we're getting some of the production. Every single Hydra goes down. Does catch 1 Colossus, there's 3 left. And GG. GG gets called. And ByuN and Solar, they will claim the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN and Solo, they will claim the series. Again, hyper aggression out of Minizerg and Cygnus here in game 2. I mean, to be fair, we had hyper aggression out of ByuN and Solo in game 1, right? Game 1, they went for their own all-in, their own Bane bust. Game 2, it was Minizerg and Cygnus' turn. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, ByuN and Solo, they will advance on into the semifinals. Meanwhile, we have our next matchup available here, and I'm curious to see how they play things out, because up next we have Classic and Big Gabe versus Thermal and Kellezer. Let's go. I'm curious. So, in the first edition of this tournament, Thermal, Mark, he did team up with Skillus, which made more sense. Like, Skillus, he's a lot more well-versed, he's a little more experienced in StarCraft Evolution. Diego lesser. Diego, I think this might be even his first time playing StarCraft Evolution, so Diego is going to be a bit of a weaker link. Meanwhile, it's similar with Classic and Big Gabe, where Classic is the best Protoss player in StarCraft Evolution. Meanwhile, Gabe, he hasn't touched the game before, so Gabe, he's very inexperienced when it comes to SE Evo. Diego, Kellezer, also very inexperienced as well. Now, I will say that's the advantage of this tournament, because Thermal's been running his 2v2 circuit and it's been quite successful, and a lot of players have been playing a lot of 2v2. Kind of like that cross-pollination of creating a 2v2 Evo event and bringing Thermal into the fold for that event as well is, I would say, a really good way to introduce players to StarCraft Evolution, just because it's part of the circuit, you're forcing these players that otherwise would never play StarCraft Evolution to try it out and to maybe get interested in itself. So I would say it's a very good promotional tool for SC Evo, and as a result of that, we're getting players like Minizerg, Cygnus, Kellezer, Kellezer and Gabe to embrace and to play and try out StarCraft Evolution in some way, shape, or form. Here we go. Now, when it comes to regular 2v2, Classic and Thermal, they're one of the best 2v2 teams out there. But I said the same about Minizerg and Cygnus, to be fair, and they did struggle themselves. I mean, I also said the same about ByuN and Solar, to be fair. But Classic and Gabe, I'm curious to see how well they perform, bearing in mind they are one of the more recent Thermal champions, 2v2 champions, I believe, for the April edition. I think it was for the April monthly tournament where Classic and where Classic and Big Gabe, they won the entire event and they were looking very strong in said 2-2 tournament. We'll see how they handle themselves in StarCraft Evolution. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Reclamation. I would imagine that Classic will be playing StarCraft Evo just because he is a little bit more well-versed, a lot more well-versed actually. So I'd imagine he'll play Evo and Gabe will play SE2, but we'll see. Likewise, I'd imagine Uthermal plays Evo and Kelazur plays SE2. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Reclamation, we have, we have the Brood War Terran player from the land of the Netherlands, and alongside him, alongside him, we have the Teal Terran from Brazil, the SE2 Terran. It is Kelazur and Uwu Thermal. Oh boy, double Terran. I'll be honest, I thought that maybe Thermal would play a different race, but nope, it is going to be double Terran. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have, oh, this is a pleasant surprise. We have the Brood War Terran player alongside the SE2 Protoss. It is Classic and Big Gabe. Okay, so Uthermal and Kelazur, they did play the races that we assumed, with Uthermal playing Brood War and with Kelazur playing SE2, but I was almost certain that it was going to be Classic playing Brood War, but that is not the case here. Okay, Esther Gabe, you have my attention. Bearing in mind that Gabe and Classic, whenever they play 2v2s, they do not play in voice, they do not play with voice, they do play with pings and by text instead, and we do have some of that text here. As Gabe was asking him, it said a build of choice. So again, from here, CC first. I mean, again, Gabe, he's less familiar with builds when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, so I would imagine he'll be diverting or deferring to Classic from time to time. Deferring to. Otherwise, here we go. Otherwise, we are going to be opening up Rack Expand here out of Uthermal. Now, Uthermal, unlike ByuN, I would say that Uthermal, he's a little bit more exploratory, a little bit more diverse when it comes to his builds of choice. Curious to see if we embrace mech, right? ByuN, he was going for non-stop 3-rack stim timings. We'll see how we approach things in-game or in our next series. As there it is, we do have the faster factory. So Racks Expand into factory follow-up here. Curious to see if we go for a second factory into Spider Mines into Massive Vulture. Eyes on Uthermal. Likewise, Diego also going just Racks Expand into his own 1-1 setup. We're settling in. Gonna be settling in. But isn't voice way better? No. Classic and Gabe, they have mentioned that Gabe doesn't really speak Korean, and Classic doesn't really speak much English, so so they said that because of that, being on voice would be more awkward because they'll be like stumbling over their words, or they'd be thinking about trying to say the correct thing to express what they mean and what they're trying to say. Whereas otherwise, like via text, like they can just either ping or they can just say, like type a word here and there, and they can just kind of like understand each other. Like trying to like communicate and trying to like verbalize in a language that you're not really familiar with, like can be like more distracting and more taxing, and it can be more problematic. So we mentioned how much Gabe is also praising Classic. Yes. As we are going to be opening up. So far, a couple of SCs do get picked off. Likewise, a couple of probes as well. As we do open up into our initial game, we had initial Vulture production. Okay, Vulture Harass. We had a Vulture Harass. As we mentioned previously, sorry, I was a little bit distracted, but it is going to be a double factory, Massive Vulture here from Big Gabe. So Gabe is also embracing his mech. Likewise, we should be seeing the same, yep, from Uthermal as well. So both players going to their Massive Vultures. Both players building up. Gabe moving out with his own Overlord to scout. And likewise, we have Classic getting his own Stargate opener. Interesting. So Stargate into Oracle Harass. He's moving out. Classic does move out. Anti-air is non-existent, by the way. Only Vultures. SCV is going to be going down. A brutal damage here for Uthermal. Marines, they will help defend. Marines Trains will zone away. At the same time, double vulture here into the mineral line, catching out 3 more probes. Nice harass so far here from Euthermal. Euthermal is harassed at the same time, though. Classy does counterattack, and that is going to be 7 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Does get 7 SCVs. Though Koreans well versed in English? No. There's only a handful of Koreans that are, like, you know, solid in English. There are a handful of them, like Solar, for example, who's a little more native, thanks to his upbringing. I say native, from my understanding, did actually like learn English at a younger age. Did learn it. As the Oracle is rotated towards the main base, and yo, Classic is going ham. Classic is popping off. 6 more CV kills. Oracle into the main base as well of Euthermal, and the workers are going down left and right. Both Oracles finally get cleaned up, but they have paid for themselves. So far, so good. Here we go. Here we are going to be securing ourselves. So from here we expand. CCs are floating over, claiming off their bases. And we'll see if Kelazar and Diego can recover. For now, they're building up their armies. This is going to be double. There's going to be ByuN tank out of Euthermal. Sorry, out of Kelazar. Diego is building up his army, also moving out. We do have a Mark moving towards the right-hand side. Ooh, it's going to be deflected. Runs into the Stalkers. As Euthermal, he is committing with his entire army, actually. Not just the Vultures, tanks as well. Does commit. Euthermal, he rotates. Rotates to help out. So far, the Stalkers, they hold their own. Spider Mines do burrow. Ooh, and yeah, with the help of the tanks as well, we're pushing through at the same time. We blink in. He's crazy. Yeah, he blinks in, and he will take down 2 of the tanks, but he will lose every Stalker in the process. And with that, Euthermal and Kelazar, they're breaking through. Tanks have arrived. And Gabe, can he hold on here? Again, the tanks are late to the party. They're late to the fight. Losing 1 more tank. But Gabe is holding. Gabe, he's trying to hold on here. Another tank goes down. Again, a bit of a messy defense here from Classic and from Classic and HeRoMaRinE. Yeah. Oh, there's too many Terrans, Pappy. They all look the same. Oh no. But yeah, very shaky defense here. The tanks, it took longer to rotate. Tanks, they were out of position, so they were not a part of the fight for the longest time. But so far, we are holding on. Likewise, you can see the push running out of steam. Down to 4 tanks. Stalkers are begin. Oh, once again they get punished. Catching out 1 tank. Amidst all of this, HeRoMaRinE goes to the counterattack. Yeah, Big Abe does go for the counterattack, setting up his Spider Mines. Oh, trying to. It can be a bit awkward. Sets up the minefield. Once again, catching reinforcements. Soldiers zipping in once again, catching out 1 more tank. He gets 1, he gets 2. Ooh, we're lacking control here. Yeah, no stim. No stim. Kelazar is distracted. Final tank is going to go down. Just barely. Just barely. From here, they do hold on. And that was a pretty big commitment from our true Terran players. Doesn't help, of course, as well that they were also losing SCVs in the process. Gabe is looking very healthy here with his own worker count who's been left untouched. Behind this, Euthermal and 69 workers. Nice. Building up his mech army, going for his own counterattack and getting on top of the tanks. Oh my god. The Spider Mines. Spider Mines, they pop up. Gabe is going to be shut down. He's going to be forced back. but again, traded well against the tanks. And Classic has to recover. Classic may not have lost too much of his economy, but did bleed out a lot of his stalkers. Bled out a lot of stalkers. So we're getting a little bit messy here. Kelzer dropping into Gabe's main. I do like this drop here just because Gabe has been left untouched for quite some time. So that's going to be 10 SEV kills. Thermal weaving his way through. Doesn't find too much though. One vulture makes it in. It does make it in. Sets up the mines on top of the ram. Love to see it. Oh, what can he catch? The mines. Oh, ooh. Do you connect? They do connect at the same time. Prison drop into the main base of Kelazur. Again, won't get too much done here, just causing a distraction. Keeping Kelazur busy, and HeRoMaRinE wants to move out. He wants to push. Thermal is in position. Likewise, Classic pushing on the right-hand side. It does rotate, tanks to siege. Ooh. So Classic is moving in, Storm is done. Yeah, Storm is complete, pushing into the mineral line. We do see Kelazur's out of position. Losing well, losing 2 tanks. Bad, decent trades here from Classic. Oh my god. Once again, running away. Bearing in mind these are Gabe's mines. Can be used here for Classic. Can make use of them. Gabe even bullying these tanks once again. Euthermal has no anti-air. The Wraith back. Just nibbling away at the army. The Vikings, they rotate at the same time. Gabe is dropping into the main. Does go for the drop. And does get into the mineral lines. At the same time. Ooh, Classic pushing forward. Yeah, another storm. He's got so many behind. This is going on 4 more storms. He has those storms. Takes out the expansion. Diego losing a base. Classic does blink in. And they're overwhelming. Yeah, Kelzer, he's on his own. He's being overwhelmed. There's no Euthermal. He's not here. Yeah, he's now rotating over to try to help out. Massive storms. Oh my god. Yeah, the storms are tank fire. And with that, Gabe and Classic, they've done it. They're breaking through. There's 2 tanks on the high ground. Free damage. There's no high ground vision. And Euthermal's going for the counterattack as well. He's going for the counterattack. These 2 tanks are doing so much, by the way. Oh my god. They don't notice. They don't notice. There we go. Finally they do divert. Tanks are cleaned up. Euthermal commits. Plenty of reinforcements though, and Gaby shuts down the army. Tanks are on their own. There's no support. Yeah, no support for the tanks. Spider-Mine's borrow. Oof. Yeah, brutal connections, and with that, there's nothing left. There's nothing left here. Euthermal's out of an army. Diego out of an army as well. Their bases have been broken. Classic and Gabe, they do come together. Kelzer does go for a drop. Catching reinforcements, at least trying to. Oof. Oh, god. Cannot moving to the siege line, dropping into the main. There's only 1 turret to defend. But there are tanks. Yeah, there are tanks here as well. GG gets called. Euthermal does tap out. And so does Kelzer. GG. HeRoMaRinE and Classic, they take game number 1. GG. They will take the first game here. And again, as we mentioned, Classic and HeRoMaRinE, they are one of the best 2-2 teams in the world. But I was very surprised here by Gabe. Gabe specifically, who is very, very inexperienced when it comes to StarCraft Evolution. He handled himself well when it came to building up his mech army, making use of the vultures, setting up the spider mines, and counterattacking as well. That's mostly what I was impressed by here, just because expectations were lower for Gabe. But he holds his own. Does hold his own. GG well played with that Classic and Gabe. They take game 1, and now the question becomes, Euthermal and Kelzer, what races do we pick here? They have the option to play double Brood War, double SC2, or a mixture of the 2. Let's go. Let us go. As game 2 is going to be on Yellow Jacket. we go. Are going to be dropping in. And what races have we picked? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Yellow Jackets, we have the blue SC2 Terran alongside the other SC2 Terran. Yep. So here we go. Double StarCraft 2. We have the red Terran, we have the blue Terran. It is going to be Thermal and Kellizer. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the double Brood War team. It is going to be the German Terran, the Korean Protoss. It is going to be Classic and HeRoMaRinE. And we're moving out. Yeah, the SVs are moving out across the map as we speak, setting up for, I would imagine, proxies. Hyper aggression here by our double Terran team. Let's go. Let us go. Raxes are going to be thrown down. And we'll see if Classic and Gabe can scout, react, and survive and defend. Show says Raxes. Oh, my apologies. We have our initial Rax back at home for Kellizer at least. Likewise for you, Thermal, as well. Here we go. There's our second Rax. From both players. And they get scouted. They get scouted immediately. Kellizer, he has been found out. Este Classic. Ay, ay, ay. And we'll be able to focus that down. Oh, Gabe, he notices. True. Yes, Kellizzer's going to be shut down. Will they find one proxy? They don't find the other. Bear that in mind. You Thermal, still out there, still getting his second Rax. There's a cancel. There's that cancellation. We don't see their pings, but I would imagine that Gabe probably pinged here on the right-hand side, letting Classic know about the Reaper spot. Meanwhile, again, we're just all inning. We do still commit. We do still commit here. Oh, my apologies. So with that cancellation, I would have assumed that we would have seen another factory here or Rax, but no, we're going for the CC. So Kellizer, after being forced to cancel, is now transitioning into his own expansion. Thermal is going for a delayed expansion instead, but still committing into 2 Rax Reaper. Can expand behind this, so we'll see if this is going to be worth it though. We'll see what our 2 players can achieve with their Reapers combined. Back at home, Classic working towards Dragoons. Likewise, we have our bio setup here from Gabe initially. Into Mech, into Vultures. There we have the attempted bunker rush here from Thermal is going to be denied. That is still 3 Reapers though. That's a lot of Reapers. Yeah, Marines Kai back. They avoid the KDA charges. Attempts to rebuild the bunker. Dragoon has arrived. And denies the bunker. It denies the bunker here. So far, good control by Classic. Ooh. And nice control. Reavers are just rallying into their deaths. They're rallying in. Classic is in position, he's got his battery in the main. And so far the aggression has not been worth it. It's not been worth it here. Thermal going back in. Once again the battery is in position. Supports the Dragoon. Supports the Dragoon. And behind this we're building up into Reaver drops. Let's go! Let us go. We have the robotics facility already done. Observatories on the way. The base in production for the shuttle for the Reaver. So Reaver drops are coming. Likewise, once again, Gabe is building up into Mech, going into Ion Thrusters, into Mass Vulture. Cool, Reavers get behind the mineral line. Nicely done. Does get behind the mineral line. Head for the main base here of Gabe. Cashing out 2 probes and soon to be 1 SCV. Boys being pulled, and hey, we're disrupting the economy. It's no major damage, but damage nonetheless. It's better than nothing. So 2 probes, 2 SCVs before being cleaned up. They also get a full scout, so they confirm the mech, and they also confirm the eventual Reaver drop. So full scout information back at home. We do have our bio setup here from Kellizer. Building up into bio. Likewise, same here from Thermal as well. Okay. Oh, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of going for extra racks in the sim, we're going for double starports. Okay. Yeah, double starport production here from Uthermal. Into air control. Players are building up. Here comes the Reaver. Here comes the drop. Now with the drop. Behind this, we do have a switch into what looks to be Zealots, into Zealot legs, into a more Zealot heavy composition with speed lots. Likewise, Gabe is still stabilizing and building up with his own vultures. Reaver drop is attempted, and we get one shot off, just the one. Doesn't get into the mineral line. Pull away. Oh, the Cyclones though. The shuttle. Yeah, the shuttle's going to be shut down. Barely does escape. Oh no! Oh no! He tries. He tried. The Reaver's on its own, and he cannot save it. Yeah, again, just a premature drop there from Classic. He gets punished for it. The shuttle and the Reaver go down. Massive pick-offs, massive losses. Okay, Classic, he had no faith. Basically, he dropped the Reaver to save it because he assumed the shuttle would be killed, but the shuttle wasn't killed, so then he could actually save it, so he tried to go back. Again, pickup range on the shuttle is smaller than the Warp Prism, so he couldn't quite pick up. Oh, nice moves. Nice moves out of Gabe. Ay. Catching out the Cyclones. Cheeky moves. He avenges the Reaver. True. Este Gabe. As we're moving out with our second Reaver drop. Now we do have to be careful. Now I was curious as to the purpose of the double starport play, and it is going to be double starport mass Banshee. Jesus. So Utherm was having fun. He's having fun going to mass Banshee. I mean, this has potential considering the lack of anti-air. We spoke about this actually previously, where Uthermal had the issue of trying to deal with air units, with the Oracle specifically, just because it is going to be Vulture tank out of a Gabe, but likewise it's going to be Zealots and Reavers out of our Protoss player out of Classic. I say that we're going into Mass Dragoons, so never mind. Now Dragoons are amassing. Oh. Dropping to the middle line at 9 SCVs going down, doing another shot off. It looks like we will. Oh my god. 11 SCV kills. Oh no, we're not splitting. Oh my god, 16, 17 SCVs and a handful of mules as well. Very nice damage. The shuttle gets away. Crippling Uthermal's economy. At the same time, Banshees, they do hit the main. They hit the main base, 14 probe kills, nice counter damage. Both players going to be hurting. But Dragoons are somewhat in position, but no detection. Yeah, no detection. The Banshee does get away. Now we get a scan. Goliaths are coming online, and they will catch the final Banshee. The Banshee does fall. We're getting messy. We're getting messy here. When it comes to our economies, what do we have exactly? Gabe has been left alone, so Gabe has got 73 SCVs, a very healthy economy. The others a little bit lower here, 55 probes for Classic, 58, soon to be 60 for Uthermal, 63, that's 3 base saturation for Kelliser. So 3 base saturation for both Terran players, likewise getting up to 3 base saturation for Classic, and Gabe again has been left alone. Speaking of being left alone, Jesus, another 12, another 11. Another 11 probe kills, oh my god. Another 11 workers go down. Banshees, they make their way behind the mineral lines towards Gabe's bases. No turrets in position, true. No turrets. SCVs will finally go down. Oof. Skills are just trying to move in. Again, the Reaver's behind this. Storm is almost done. Storm is almost complete. Finally catching out one of the Banshees. I mean, these Banshees have been annoying. They've been paying for themselves. Shout out to the Banshees. So finally they get caught. At least the next handful. We have more Banshees moving out on the right hand side. Kelzer, he rotates over towards Gabe. And we'll see if Gabe can engage. Likewise, SEL drop into the mineral lines. Reaver drop as well. Ooh, and Kelzer is getting caught out. Does go for the sim. Tanks to siege. Yeah, tank siege up. Kelzer cannot quite engage. Gonna be zoned away. Banshees, they hit the mineral line at the same time. Classic, he ignores it. He just keeps going. Yeah, he commits across the map. He does get 2 tanks. 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. Storm is done. Classic gaining ground. Thermal keeps harassing. Yo, we have a turret in Classic's mineral line. Let's go. We have the turret. These Banshees are still being so annoying. Classic does back off. Gabe did defend. He shut down the bio push. Kills are once again rotating towards the left hand side. Oh, we have some Wraiths. Wraiths keeping up with the Banshee. They do keep up. Gabe finally moving out. And likewise, so is Classic, and they're both pushing into the bases. Marines, they stim in. There's not much support here for the tanks. He goes for it. Yeah, it does commit. No spider mines. Ooh, rallies the vultures into the army. Miscontrol there by Gabe. Yeah, massive miscontrol. Vultures are thrown away. And Kelzer takes the fight. At the same time, Classic has been gaining ground. But here comes Diego. From behind, show us the storms. Oof. Yeah, Zel's getting caught out. Does storm the army. Plenty more where that came from. That's a lot of storms, actually. It's going to be a lot of storms. As they move in, they can try to snipe the High Templar. True. Can try to snipe. Tank is in position. Will zone Classic away. Against so far Kelzer, he's holding. Likewise, Thermal moving out. Oh. Be careful. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. Yes, tank shots go up. Some brutal target firing, but the tanks are going to be going down. Once again, there's no support. They're on their own. Yeah, the tanks are on their own. Massive pickups here. Thermal's army crumbles. Kills are going for the counterattack. And Thermal, he should lose his bases. Yeah, CC's being chased down. Banshee's still harassing. We do trade bases. Thermal losing one, Gabe losing the other. And these tanks, they're buying time. Yeah, Thermal is buying time, but he will lose another expansion. Both players losing 2. This position does mean that the Kells are also getting hit. Also taking losses. So I'll say rush in, the force friendly fire. And, oh, Gabe is rallying. Yeah, he's rallying forward. Rallying into the army. Sets up back at home, and it looks like Thermal's defended. Thermal Diego, they have defended. Classic pulls away. Gabe is maxed. Thermal, due to all this damage, by the way, due to non-stop harassment and aggression, Thermal's kind of out of this. He does have some tanks, does have some Vikings, but he plummets in supply. Everyone else is maxing. Classic is maxing out. Gabe is maxing out. Kelzer is maxing out. Thermal, he's trying to hold on. It's been Thermal's bases that have been more exposed and that have been abused that much more. Kelzer's have been left more or less alone. As tanks are sieging, Gabe moving in. Kelzer going for the drop. Moves out across the map. Diego solito. Can he hold on? Can he hold on? Again, the drop here in hopes of forcing back the army. Classic does turn around. And Classic turns around. Trying to keep up with the drop. Zell say collapse in. And we need storms. Yeah, storms are coming in as well. Do we connect? Do we EMP? Oh my god. Oh god. Massive storm. Yeah, Kelzer is being dealt with. At the same time, Gaby doesn't turn around. Denies the base. Denies the expansion. Thermal going for desperation run bys. Running into cannons. And running into High Templar. The drop was dealt with. Thermal gaining ground. Cheeky Pigos. Getting one, getting two tanks. Drop back into the main. Kelzer, he breaks out across the map. Gabe is hurting. He's in trouble. Show us the storms. Oh my god. You do EMP. EMP some of the Templar. Gabe, he is forced to turn back around. He turns back around. Again, nice counterattack from Kelzer. Oh my god, we worked! He recalls in! Classic with the recall! It dives into the main base, does unload as well, but does he have enough here? Oh my god. Massive storms. There's storms on the main armies, but there's not really much here. Yeah, only a handful of Gabe, just another massive storm. That was the final storm for Classic. Back at home, Gabe defends. And Classic, he trades well here. He does trade well. Takes down the Liberators. Storm the Bio Army. And now we can push in. Yeah, now we can move in. And once again, Thermal, he's not going to be a factor when it comes to this defense. CC goes down. Thermal just has a very immobile army. And Gabe is moving in. He's moving in. Catching on no more bio. Another recall! Yeah, recalls in once again. Shout out to the Arbiters. We rarely see recalls nowadays. I mean, the game rarely lasts this long, right? True, true. Rarely lasts this long. Recalls into the main. Catching at the mineral line, and we're just pulling at Kelzer apart. Diego tries to counterattack. Oh no, he runs into a siege line. Oh my god. Runs into a siege line. We'll lose the army. Valkyries just shots at the medevacs. And again, Thermal couldn't help. Like, Thermal, he's just stuck with a couple of tanks. GG gets called, and Classic and Gabe, they will claim the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They will claim the series. An impressive performance here by Gabe and Classic. Again, as I mentioned before, Gabe, he's less experienced when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, but was able to hold his own. Was able to hold his own, embrace the mech, of course, embrace the vultures, embrace the tanks. Likewise, great to see some Arbiter play towards the end, which again is quite rare in StarCraft Evolution just because games are ending much faster. But here in 2v2, we can embrace some longer games and a greater economy, of course, as well. I will say that Thermal had an interesting approach. If you recall, he went into double starport mass Banshee, and he was doing a great job when it came to harassing. That is true. Like, he was able to harass very nicely. He killed a lot of probes and a lot of SCVs. Like, they did pay for themselves, not wrong, but the main army was lacking as a result of that. And we did see that, unfortunately, Thermal, his bases were more exposed, right? His bases were more exposed, and he was being bullied here. His economy never really got up and running. He was losing his fourth base and his third time and time again. So Thermal, he was always, you know, the weaker link there when it came to the overall supplies, when it came to what he had to bring to the table compared to the other players. Diego had some nice moments when it came to his drop play, his counterattacks. Multiple times he forced Gabe and Classic back home, which gave them more time to breathe, but Thermal had a really hard time stabilizing after losing so many bases and losing so many SCVs. Like, his economy was struggling there, and he couldn't quite recover, couldn't quite build back up. GG. GG, well played. And with that, so that wraps up our quarterfinals match, and we're going to get ready for our semifinals. Up next here, we have the semis. It is going to be Gabe and Classic up against ByuN and Solar. Oh my god. that is a finals match. Jesus. Likewise, we have the upper semis, which would be GG Machine and Shameless up against Rake and Ielso. Just catching up with the chat. Just catching up. Gabe did mention that he felt he had some experience due to playing Brood War when he was younger. Okay, oh, let's go. Let's go. I would imagine he was streaming his POV when he was playing. I think Classic was a decider. Yeah, I think touching on what Kura said earlier in the chat, Gabe, he's been very fond of Classic when it comes to these 2v2s. I don't know if you've seen, I do recommend watching their streams whenever they play 2v2s together and they compete together. But almost every game, Gabe is always praising Classic. Like he's whether it's in the SC Evolution or regular 2v2s, always giving him praise, always giving him props whenever they play together. It's wholesome, baby. It's wholesome. Despite the fact that Classic is Protoss. True. The Gabe, he always gives him props. Swallow combo, Brutal Mech, S2 Skytos. Yeah, I would imagine so. I'd imagine so. We have yet to experience that, and I don't know if we will experience that, but it's definitely something that we look towards in longer and later games, for sure. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have the semifinals ready for you. Again, we'll have ByuN and Solar up against Classic and Gabe. Likewise, GG Machine and Shameless up against Rake and Ilsa. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. fans, welcome back everyone, welcome back to the semifinals of the SEL, the StarCraft Evolution League doubles number 2. We are here, we are back. And we had some intense quarterfinal matches, but now we're here with the top 4 with the semifinals. Let's go. We just covered ByuN and Solar take down Cygnus and Minizerg in their respective match. Likewise, Classic and Gabe took down Uwu, Thermal, and Diego. And now they're facing off against each other in a best of 5 semis. Let's go. Let us go. Game 1 is going to be on Yellow Jacket. Now, coming into this, I do lean towards ByuN and Solar just because of their experience in StarCraft Evolution and in 2v2s, but at the same time, hey, Gabe was looking impressive, right? Gabe was looking very, very impressive. He was not the weaker link when it comes to that 2-2 partnership between him and Classic, so they can hold their own, and I'm hoping for a back and forth here. I'm hoping for a series. Let's see. Show us what you got. Show us what you got here. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Yellow Jacket, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the SC2 Protoss. It is Classic and HeRoMaRinE. Going CC first. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Brood War Terran. We have the SC2 Zerg. It is Solar and ByuN. Here we go. As we are going to be opening up and going to be settling in. Now, once again, I'm curious to see how ByuN does open up specifically. At this point, I feel like we've seen a bit of a trend for Gabe, and there's a very high chance he plays mech every single game, going into Vulture tank. Meanwhile, we'll see how ByuN will approach this here. ByuN has been very fond of these 3-rack stim timings. We are going to be opening up CC first on both sides. We're going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool from the side of Solar as well, but we'll keep an eye on the follow-up here. Welcome to Yellow Jacket. Yellow Jacket does have a shared main base, a shared natural as well. Our initial 2-base setup here is very secure, but it's the third bases which are much more exposed. We have the center third option, we have the northern third option, or we have the southern third option instead. More importantly, we're going to be more isolated, and the bases themselves are a little bit more awkward to rotate between defensively, so it can be a little bit harder for your teammate, for your partner to help defend as well, especially if you're lacking map vision and map awareness. We saw that previously where Euthermal was having a hard time. He was having a hard time defending. Kelzer had a hard time supporting him and rotating and keeping up. And Euthermal was losing base after base after base here on said south side. For now, no surprises here. As you mentioned, 3-rack stim timing. So ByuN is playing into bio. He is going for his mass raxes into stim, into a bio aggressive setup here. Meanwhile, last time we saw this, we did have eyes on Solar going for a Link Bane Bust alongside the stim timing. So we'll keep an eye on Solar to see if he joins. See if he does go for an all-in. Meanwhile, back at home, we're just getting to our standard openers here. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Racks in the factory. Classic, pointing out, of course, the 3-rack stim timing, which, again, is the standard, is the norm for ByuN. Is the norm. But I don't know if Gabe is aware of the norms, right? Like, I don't know if he's again, I don't think he's necessarily as well versed in SC Evo as to the meta or as to expectations. Academy is on the way for stim, for the upgrades. Yeah, Classic, he's here to hold his hand, Pappy. True. Together, Pappy, together. As here come the factories, here come the vultures. So building up a vulture tech. Likewise, Classic building up into Twilight Council in a blink. We'll see how many gateways. 2, 3, or 4 Gateway Stalkers out of Classic. We'll keep an eye on him. Because it's more difficult to be aggressive here in 2v2s early on, I would imagine that Classic will stay on a bit of a lower gateway count, maybe like a safe 3-gate opener into a third. We'll see if he delays the robo. As here comes ByuN's move out. We're going to catch any stray units. Overlord is going to get caught. Nice catch here for our yellow team. Here comes Iron Thrusters. Interesting, we're going Iron Thrusters first instead of Spider Mines. Iron Thrusters is, of course, Vulture Speed. And we are going for Ling Flood. We're going to be rallying Lings across the map. We're still joining, so we're not all in. There's no Bane Bust. But Ling's going to be supporting, and here comes that Stim timing. Medics have arrived. Stim is still on the horizon here, so it's a bit of a ByuN push, a ByuN move out, pushing our pre-upgrade. And the upgrade will finish as the aggression is unfolding. Vultures that cut back to the mineral line. Again, no spider mines. True. Yeah, no spider mines. And the first vulture gets surrounded. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going to be going down. Losing only just one SCV so far, though. Oh my god, only one. Yeah, they won. There we go. Second SCV kill. Very clean defense here from Gabe and Classic. They chase down the Marines, chase down the medics, and with that they hold. And Stim finishes after the fight ends. Stim just finished after everything was already cleaned up. So this is where the ByuN timing works against ByuN. Where again, it's not uncommon to see ByuN go for these pushes where the goal for ByuN is to hit earlier than normal and to let Stim kick in mid-fight. Well, it skipped in by the time the fight ended. So rough anti-timing there for ByuN, and with that, Classic and Gabe, they hold. They hold nicely. Now it's time to counterattack. Vultures have arrived. Spider Mines are still on the way. Scan does confirm the mech. Oof. Running into the Marines. Yeah, rough movement here from Gabe. Bleeds out some Vultures. Has to pull back. Behind this, we're joining. Saturating layers on the way. We're building up in towards a longer game. Meanwhile, I was curious as to the gateway count, and it is 3 gate. As we assumed, 3 gate blink. 3 gate blink in towards a third. So a relatively safe play here from Classic. And behind this, going into Charge and the Temple Archives into Storm. Okay, not Colossus, but building up into Storm. A little bit more of a versatile army. As Classic is being active as well. Looking to move out. Spider Mines are done. Ideally, we would see Gabe set up minefields out on the map, but we have yet to see that occur. He's yet to be too active. As tanks still learning how to siege. Setting up his academy. Likewise, tank out of ByuN. So committed to his Marines. And when it comes to Solo's composition of choice is taking up in towards Roaches, a much later Roach one into later Roach speed, but he has been quite greedy. And now again getting into Roaches, we do have Overlord speed on the way. That'll be for Dropperlord play to harass to come to some of these bases. I'm loving this Soul Gateway here for Classic. It's just a warping point. So if there's ever like a drop into the mineral line, or like whether it's a bio drop or a Zerg drop, we just defensively warp in. That's really cute. Like I don't think I've seen many players do this in 2v2. I like it. It's like, yo, I got you, papi. I got you. Tony Classic has got his boy. Behind this, working towards Nidus Worms. Okay, Nidus on the way. Minefields have been set up. More scouting more than anything. As it's set up here outside of the main base of Gabe. They confirm the Roach play. Gabe, he's on his own out here. He's going to be careful. So far, the tanks, they hold their own. Oh, Jesus. Link Rammers are shut down. The Spider Mines, they pop up. Oh. Yes, tank shots will be going up here. Roaches, they do catch one of the tanks. Not bad. They do catch one. As again, so far, we're just fighting for map control. We have Swarm Hosts on the way. Okay, interesting. That's going to be, what, 10? It's going to be 12 Swarm Hosts for Solar. Nidus Swarms on the south side. They're going for Swarm Host harass here on Classic spaces. And the map is slowly being cut in half. We're taking these slower approaches. Likewise, we do see the ByuN is also switching to mech. Switching either bio into mech, but it's going to be a slower transition for ByuN. Nidus Worm does finish. Focus wave into the mineral line. And how much damage do we get? Nice storm! Yeah, very... Oh my god. Insane storms! With that, 2 probe kills. 2 probe kills. That does cost us 3 storms. And that is a resource. I template them off into the Archon. Classic wants to commit in. The Locust Wave is on cooldown, true. So Solar, he has minimal units. He has minimal units here to work with. Oh. That's from behind this. Storm of the Roaches. Do you see Solar trying to counterattack? Oh. Let's move in, catching a tank. Catching on more vultures as well. And we're just poking in on the fringe edges here. Yeah, just poking in. Meanwhile, another Locust Wave takes down the expansion. Nexus does fall. Nice pickup. Takes down the Nexus, forces the recall. The Gaby's on his own out here. Does pull back. And Soul's done a great job here just harassing. Just a great job here just distracting the main armies, forcing them both back. Going for the Rombides, the counterattacks the Nidus Worms. And this is giving ByuN time to build up his army. Remember, ByuN had a later transition into mech, so ByuN needed more time. Oof. And ByuN is getting there. He's building up that mech army. Solar just gets spotted. Another Locust Wave here on the right hand side. Oof. Another Locust Wave. Minimal losses, but again does distract Gabe. Does distract. Ooh. Soul and ByuN getting onto the high ground. Yeah, they're moving up. Shows the storms. Storms are mainly zone. Better storm here on the vultures. Oof. Oh my god. We just go back through the storms. Oh my god, with the tank fire. And tank shots a punish classic. Gabe, he's racing over. We'll just turn back around. Tanks are being cleaned up. And Gabe, he is forcing a reaction here. He's trying to force a reaction, so it looks like he does turn back around. SEL over into the main. Once again, distracting Solar. So nice moves here by Classic and Gabe. They're getting distracting, alleviating pressure. Trying to force them back. The Locust Wave. Once again, Solar moving in. Oh, but Gabe, he does get into the mineral line. Okay. We're finding damage. A little bit. Just a little bit. Catching out a couple of workers. Immortal drop into the main. Again, I feel like both Solar and ByuN, they want to be active. They want to be out on the map, but they just can't. They want to push, Batty. Here comes Solar. Rotates on the right hand side. Meanwhile, the main base did full massive pickoff. I believe that was the Hive. Yeah, Solar, he will lose the Hive. Ay, ay, ay. No more spellcasters, no Vipers. And no spellcasters. Hydras, they're pushing through on the right hand side though. Okay, racing on over to defend. ByuN moving in. And Gabe's in trouble. Yeah, Gabe's in trouble here. He will lose the expansion. The storms, they come to help support. Mainly zoning. And mainly zoning, the base is going to fall at the same time. Oh, the Nidus Storms, they just keep popping up. These Locust Waves have been brutal. And probes are going down. 20 SCV kills, and we're getting up to 11 probe kills as well. Robers are depowered. Interesting icon. I guess that's new to StarCraft Evolution, but does signify when something is depowered. Interesting. And Solar and ByuN, they've done it. At this point, they've done it. The game is torn apart. So is Classic. Bases are going down. And again, Solar was doing so well here when it came to just distracting. As I mentioned previously, it was ByuN that was just turtling up. Like, ByuN was just building up his forces the entire time, and Solar was so active, so aggressive. Non-stop Nidus Worms, Rombides, counterattacks. Allowing for ByuN to get away with this, to build up this death ball of an army. Allowing him to build up. I just they catch out more tanks. Take down another expansion. And without Solar and ByuN, they have done it. At this point, they have done it. They're breaking Gabe. They're breaking Classic. Catching Immortals. Catching at the attempted rotation. Oh my god. And again, they barely have anything left. Barely anything left here. Immortals are going down. Gabe trying to hold his own, as now we have built up into lurkers. ByuN is moving in, and ByuN cannot be stopped. What is it to defend here? We have 2 Immortals, a couple of Storms. Nexus will be falling. Gabe took top left, and he has some mining going on at least. On Paquita. Oof. Nice time for the Templar. We'll take a storm to the face. They'll nice into the main. The Night Storms, they just keep coming back. They keep going. Oof. Get sniping more Templar. Getting 2 more. 2 more. 3 in total. And again, it's just been the slow, methodical approach here, knocking down base after base, slowly gaining more ground, and eventually pushing into the production. We're almost there. We're almost on top of the production back. As again, ByuN has the high ground, cleans up all the tanks, wedging himself further in. Yeah, so here come the reinforcements. That's a lot of tanks. that's a lot of tanks for ByuN. Oof. Yeah, catching at the army. Hydra hits the last mining base here for Gabe. And GG gets called. Gabe taps out, and Classic not too far behind him. Yeah, lurkers are in the main. GG gets called, and ByuN and Solar, they take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They take a lead in the series. Again, coming into this, we did see that initially Classic and Gabe, they were holding their own. They defended very well against the early 3-rack stim timing, if you recall. It was a better start for Classic and Gabe, but as we try to emphasize, it was Solar. Solar with the Night Swarms, with the Swarm Host, with the Roach Rumbys and counterattacks as well. Solar, he was just all over the map, and he was keeping both Classic and Gabe busy. Keeping them busy, dealing damage, allowing for ByuN to build up his forces to deal with the defense as well. Of course, like he had a less mobile army, but he was just setting up his siege lines, defending back at home while Solo was being hyper aggressive, and it worked out. Worked out very nicely. They recovered, they bounced back, and they snowballed out of control. GG, well played. We did see that Classic and Gabe, they were just unable to break through that defensive line. After taking all these losses, they tried to push out on the south side, but they just weren't able to break through the tank lines, weren't able to break through the main armies, and GG, well played. With that, going to be loading into game 2, going to be loading into New Bed of Chaos for the first time tonight. Let's go. We are loading in. And we'll see how our players will adjust their approach. Now, something that was brought up earlier was the idea of mech and sky toss. Classic did avoid that kind of style and did go for a much more mobile, a more gateway heavy composition, gateway into robo. We'll see if that'll be the case here as well if we do try to adjust. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our, oh true, loser's pick, yeah. It is loser's pick from here on forward, so it is going to be the double ST2 team. We have our SE2 Terran, we have our SE2 Protoss, it is going to be Gabe and Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our double Brood War team. We have the teal Zerg, we have the blue Terran, it is ByuN and Solar. We go. It's going to be Brood War versus SC2. Coming into this, Gabe and Classic are going to be a lot more comfortable. They're going to be a little more mobile when it comes to their approach as well. We'll see how ByuN and Solar will approach this with their now double Brood War. I would imagine that moving forward, there's going to be a bit of a trend where the losing team is just going to pick double SC2. Well, we will, of course, take note and we'll be pleasantly surprised whenever that isn't the case. For sure. For sure. I mean, I say that, if I recall correctly, I believe last week or last SEL doubles, we did see, who was it that kept going for Brood War SE2, like a mixture of the two. It wasn't ByuN and Solar, but it was another team. I'm trying to recall, hold on, it was... No, it actually might have been ByuN and Solar. Yeah, I think it was ByuN and Solar. We're embracing that. But I can't quite fully recall. For now, 3x. 3x in time here by ByuN. Going for a 3x sim. As we have known to see. Likewise, there's going to be hatch into a third hatch gas pool into a third hatchery here for Solar. So far, standard openers. Standard openers all around. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. We're opening up. The Academy's on the way for Sim. It is going to be a Stargate opener this time from Classic. Ooh, we'll see if we can hold on here. I would say it is risky to open up Stargate when we are up against a 3x Stim timing. Typically, these Stim pushes can excel against Oracle-based openers. But of course, Classic is not by himself. He does have HeRoMaRinE to fall back on, to rely upon. So by being active, one drone goes down. We have our 2 Reapers on the right hand side. We have the Adept on the left. And Gabe moves in. So does the Adept. Marines are in position. Does scout. Does scout. Does confirm. Reapers, they bust in. They get a second drone. Remember, there's no defensive queens. Yeah, no defensive queens here. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4 drones. Does get surrounded though. Oh, yeah, Gabe is surrounded. He gets shut down, but still 4 drone kills is very nice. And Classic letting Gabe know that we need tanks to defend against the Stim timing. Once again, Classic giving Gabe some direction. We have a bunker here at the natural. Tanks are on the way. And again, this is going to be a bit of a more of a clutch defense just because of the initial oracles that are building up. Again, Classic is investing his own early tech into harassment, not into like a solid army. Oracle moves out. Second oracle's on the way. Hydras are amassing here for Solar. Despite that, getting 1, getting 2. And 2 drone kills. Rotates into the main base, catching out 1 more drone. Getting 3, just 3. And Solar is being bullied. He's I mean, he is more exposed, right? The reality is that his base is closer to Gabe and Classic. It's more exposed to the elements. So far, it's 8 drone kills, and here we go. We commit. We do commit here. Stim is done. We have U238 on the way. We have +1 attack on the way as well for ByuN. Medics are out. Hydras are rallying. And it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing here for Gabe and Solar. Solar's not. He's not droning. He's not droning. He's not saturating. He's losing more workers. That does not matter. There are 2 tanks so far. Batteries being thrown down. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. We just have to survive. Massive tank shots. Yeah, massive tank shots here. And with that, GG. GG gets called. They defend well. And Gabe and Classic tie up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We tie the series up here again. ByuN and Solar were forced into the all-in. Solar especially, he had no economy behind it. It was all or nothing. At the same time, Solar, he was losing everything back at home to the oracles, and the siege line and the bunkers and batteries defended. GG. GG, well played. Gabe and Classic having a very comfortable game, and now it is up to both ByuN and Solar to pick their races. Do we go into double StarCraft 2, into double Brood War, or a mixture of the two? Let's go. Curious. I'm curious. As game 3 is going to be on Rust Bucket. Then we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. We have a series. Let's go. As we are loading into Rust Bucket. And spawning in the bottom top left hand corner here of Rust Buckets, we have the orange team, we have the German Terran, we have the South Korean Protoss. It is going to be HeRoMaRinE and Classic as the double Brood War team. Meanwhile, spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the double SE2 team, Blue Terran, Teal Zerg. It is going to be ByuN and Solar. Let us go. Gabe asking Classic about going into Skytoss and Mech as they are stuck with double Brood War. And it looks like their goal here is to try to slow the game down. And I will say this is a decent map for it. Remember, we have a pocket base. We have a pocket expansion here for Classic. Likewise, we have 2 high ground bases here as well for our natural for Gabe and for a third base for Classic as well. I would say the third expansion for Gabe is going to be more open, more isolated, more exposed. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Gabe to expand, assuming that Classic does not take the slow gun expansion. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the scout. So we'll see how our players build up their 3 base economies. Meanwhile, of course, ByuN and SEL are going to be a little more active. They're going to have ideally map control. We'll see how our players do kind of approach game number 3. Let's go. For now, Hashgas Pool. Hashgas Pool, standard opener out of SEL. Likewise, it is going to be double gas out of ByuN. Okay, double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC out of our Terran player. So ByuN is going for a much more tech-heavy start. With this, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into earlier Cyclone play. We can go into earlier Banshee play, earlier tank push. ByuN has some tech options. Yo, they practice X. Oh no. Yes, he's the 2v2 aficionado. True, true. That's all he plays whenever we raid him. 2v2s. SMH my head. But bearing in mind, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is not just 2v2, it is StarCraft Evolution. It's StarCraft Evo. So Classic is playing Brood War, and Gabe is also playing Brood War. The Brood War races, I should say. Brood War races. Reaver does back in. Pokes in, disrupts some of the economy. A Stargate opener out of Classic. Does open up Stargate. So far it's on Gabe to minimize losses. So far he does pull back his worker as well. And he will not lose an SCV. Doesn't lose a worker. Marines, they will zone away. And behind this, double factory. So mech out of Gabe. Attempted Skytoss here from Classic. We know what the plan is, but can we get there? Can we survive? Can we hold? Can we stabilize? Can we build up into a secure economy? Behind this, Solar, he's massing up a lot of Zerglings. Yeah, Lings are amassing. ByuN he's building up into his own 1-1-1. Solar's not joining. Solar, he's not joining up. We have 16 Lings on the way. We're going for a Ling flood. Yeah, Solar, he commits. He's flooding across the map. And we'll see if both Gabe and Classic can hold on. There's the add-on swap. Vultures are amassing and no upgrades yet. We're trying to wall off. Lings are flooding in. Ooh, they get in. Yeah, Lings, they do flood in. They come in for the surround, catching at the Marines. Yeah, Marines, they call Vulture as well. Decent Sim City here as we try to poke away, but pull away, but Alaska gets surrounded. Yeah, Dragoons are surrounded as well, and this might just be too much. Vultures go down, Dragoons go down. There's nothing left. We just keep flooding. We keep flooding in so far. Full wall up here on the high ground. Does have the full wall. Lings enter the surround, they catch out one of the Vultures, not bad. And SCVs are falling. Yeah, critical damage here. So many SCVs are going down. Oof. Getting up to 7. Lings, they fixate here on Gabe. And they focus, do fixate again. Their wall was just a couple of seconds too late. A couple of seconds too late in the end. Catching more reinforcing Marines. We're still flooding across the map. Solar, he's still not made a drone in minutes. Like, he's still not droning. Just purely flooding. Now, what I will say is that Classic, he still has a secure 2-base setup because of the pocket base, but it's a Gabe who's struggling. Oof, as he's just being focused down. Yeah, Gabe is out of this. He will lose everything. All the SCVs in the main, the SCVs in the natural. Gabe was more exposed. And yeah. He is dead. He is dead. As again, Gabe was being bullied here by both armies. That's the downside of going for a Stargate opener. Opening up Stargate means you have very limited units to work with, and the scouts will eventually clean this up, eventually. But what is Gabe going to have left? He's going to have like 10 SCVs. Oh god. That's 23 SCV kills. That's to 20 workers. Again, barely an economy for Gabe. Now, Classic can always share resources. Classic can share. share resources, and Gabe can try to stabilize, but as Classic moves out, Lings, they keep moving in. They just keep moving back in. This time there's a full wall. True. Scouts, they turn around for a moment. They need to counterattack in some which way, but now they're... Lings knocking down those rocks. Scouts, they do focus on one of the cyclones. Este es sinistro, papi. Fala galera, fala galera. Bienvenidos. But whether it was scouts, I mean, no, true. Actually, I was gonna say that even if this was an SE2 like kind of setup here, and we had opened up Stargate, it'd be a similar situation. That's actually not true. Oracles, right? Oracles, they do play a stronger role when it comes to early game defense, more so than scouts, and that does make like Stargate openers more viable for SE2 races. And, oh no, lazy foot in, lazy foot into the main. But scouts, our attack rate is a lot lower. It's more like burst damage, and against mass Lings, scouts, they do defend worse than oracles. You do struggle that much more. Once again, we're trying to turtle up, we're trying to stabilize. That's 8 probes going down. Oh, bleeding out of scouts. We're focus on the tanks. He fights head on, he will win. Cleans up the Marines, chasing out the tanks. Getting 1, 2, 3 tanks. At the same time, dropping to the main. Oh, once again, Gabe just wants to play some StarCraft. Leave Gabe alone, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Drop into the natural. Scouts are racing back home. Lings, they do hit the bases once again. Oof. Catching out 10 probes. Critical damage. As things, they just keep rallying in. Again, there's just a massive entrance here in towards the natural and towards the bases. And Classic and Gabe, they attempt to stabilize. Carriers are building up. And where exactly are we? So now there is one saving grace. That is the fact that Solar, because Solar was lacking drones for so long in this game, his tech is very late, right? Now we're taking gases, now we're droning up, and now we're taking up in towards Roaches and Hydras. So finally Solar, he's done Ling flooding and he's now starting to work towards an actual mid game, but it is delayed. It is delayed here, so that is a bit of a saving grace, but he's taking up heavily here. Jesus. Going for the infestation pits. Going for the hydrogen. At the same time, I would say that ByuN also could have been a little bit greedier here. He does have a 3rd CC, so he's soon to claim his own 3rd. Oof. Scout goes down. Another scout does fall. Now, can Classic stabilize? Like Gabe, he needs some time to recover, and I'm sure Classic is giving him resources. But he's trying to stabilize, building up a mech. They're turtling up here on soon to be 4 bases. What's important is that Classic has a healthy, he's more or less had an okay economy. Now he's building up a healthy economy with 4 bases. He's getting there. Scouts, they do slip in between the bases. Decent harass. 10 drone kills, true. Oh, we'll lose another scouts. Another scout goes down. Down to what, 4 scouts? Sorry, 5. And they're being surrounded. Yeah, they're being surrounded. Finally, all the scouts are being shut down. No, no! Yeah, losing all the scouts down to 1. No more harassment. And now ByuN and Solar are free to just focus on their economies. They can just focus on their macro. Now, we mentioned at the very beginning of the game here that it's going to be difficult for Gabe to claim his 3rd, and here comes that 3rd base, and as I mentioned before, it's going to be very difficult to defend this location. There's no high ground advantage, it is isolated from the other expansions. We can see here the main army for Classic is rallying on the top side, so it'll take longer to rotate to defend the southern base. So this should be the next target here for Solar and ByuN. Yeah. It's kind of dumb that they always pick S2 and make the enemy play SE1. I kind of agree in the sense that it's in the rules so they can do it, but I do think that it would make for a better tournament if you could only have a mixture of the two. If they didn't allow for double SE2 and double Brood War. I do agree with that. Like I'm not too fond of that rule for the tournament. But regardless. Like, you're still seeing Brutal versus SE2. That is true. That is true. In a sense. So now we are building up. Classic is asking for a couple of tanks. So he's asking for like a couple of tanks here on the top side. And you can see, Classic, he asked for 2, and Gabe, he gives him 3. He's so generous. Take 3 tanks back. So generous. Sorry, 4 tanks. Oh my god, double the amount of tanks. Look at him go. So again, we're setting up here on the top side. We have mass DTs on the way. Okay, that I was not quite expecting. DTs alongside Maelstrom. Working towards Dark Archons. So Dark Archons are going to be amassing to support the army. Maelstrom's going to be ideal against the biological Zerg force. If you're curious as to, ooh, nice abduction. Gets 1. Gets 1 carrier. If you're curious, Maelstrom is like an AoE stun. Ooh, as we catch another carrier and another. The Vipers, they just bully. They bully the army here. We're catching out so many carriers. It took so long to build them. It took so long. They don't have the interceptor upgrade, the capacity upgrade. So heavy losses there for Classic. Heavy losses. As the army does rotate, tanks are caught on low ground. That'll be 1, 2 tanks going down. Okay, it does commit in. Oh, we have a decent siege line. Yeah, decent siege line here, and the army does clump up. Oof. Nice tank volleys here by Gabe. Nice tank shots. Classic pulls back. The Dark Archons are joining the main army. We can see that both Solar and ByuN, they're focusing on Gabe. Yeah, they're lunging in. Oh, let's try to lunge in. Not quite able to. Rezone back. Speaking of, the capacity upgrade is now on the way. I believe that is this upgrade. No. Yes? I think it's something else. Is that the capacity upgrade? Is that... That's Argus Talisman. Okay, okay. Wait, does Classic know that there's an upgrade for the carriers? Does he... I'm concerned, baby. I'm concerned. Does he know? It's pretty important for mass carrier, not gonna lie. It's pretty important. As vultures they get across the map. Radiate being researched here for Gabe. Now, something that's helping here is that ByuN, he's still stuck on bio. Like, he's still committing into like a very heavy bio army here. Whereas typically, once we get into this kind of game state, we switch into mech. Both ByuN and Solo have a much more mobile composition, and I would say that Gabe and Classic are stabilizing. Classic especially, right? Classic is max. He's maxed out with Archon, with Dark Archon carrier. I would say he's maxed. At the same time, these carriers are like half as strong as they should be. They're true. Nuke on the main army. It does go for the nuke. Do they notice? Oh no! Yeah, nuke will land. Carriers a move in. Yeah, you can see Classic is pinging the nuke. Oh, the Ghost is killed. Yeah, the Ghost is killed. Carriers a move in. Mass Marauder does nothing. They can't shoot up. The Marauders, they cannot shoot up. It's just the Hydras. The Hydras and the Ghosts. EMPs do land. Mass EMP. Carriers, they pull back. Ooh, High Templar, they rally into the army. And they just rally in, and Classic, he has to back up. He'll lose the expansion. The base is going to go down. Oof. Yeah, the base does fall. Losing a mineral line as well. We'll lose that mineral line. That's a nice rotation here by Classic. He pulls back, punishes the Hydras. Attempts to nuke. Do we have a scan? Ooh, does focus on the Ghost. Ghost is targeted down. Classic is holding. He's trying to at least. Nice abductions. Vipers, they come in. And they come in. Catching at 1, 2, 3 carriers. Very nice. Catching out 3 carriers, trying to force their way through. The cannons are helping, they're buying time. Can we hold? Here comes the Irradiate. Oh my god. Yeah, massive Irradiate of the Hydras. Oh, he still stacks. Splitting towards the end. And again, we're still trying to barely hold on. We have the token Swarm Host. Once again, had Templar thrown away. Storm is finishing up in 10 seconds. We need the Storms. Never saw the feedback. Sorry, the maelstroms, by the way. Never got their tanks. They rotate over. And they're holding. Classic and Gabe, they're holding on. They're surviving. Solo forced to back up, forced to rotate. They have a service. Yes, if you're just now tuning in, Classic did forget the interceptor upgrade, the capacity upgrade. So these are half strength carriers. That's Smurge, baby, Smurge. Nice Irradiate zone. Oh my god. Yes, Solo late to split. Still stacking. Yeah, messy play here from Solar. He's still stacking up. Oh my god. He's even hurting ByuN. Calm down. I just do melt. They do take down the expansion though. Gabe will lose the base. The base does full. Storm is finally done. Ooh. Yeah, brutal storms. Storms of the main army. Do we focus on the Ghost in time? Oh, the nuke! No! Does he get it? He does! Just barely. Snipes the Ghost. As Classic does pull away. Once again, babysitting his carriers. Tanks, they come into support. And they do take the better fight. Take the better fight here. Throughout all this, Gabe going to be counterattacking, gets into the mineral line. SEL is going to be going down. So we're still trying to force our way through. Do we finally land the nuke? The Radiates. Once again, the Radiate. This time the nuke will land. Gabe pulls away. And we only connect here with depots. Raising the depots. Once again, ByuN is stacking. He does not notice. Just free damage. Jeez. Free damage on the army. Oh, he got it! Let's go! There it is! Oh my god! We're making all the interceptors. Classic. He took off the weights. Oh no. Sin camisa, papi, sin camisa. The weights are off. The pants are down. It's time for full power carriers. Let's go. It's like, you know what? Time to get serious. Oh no. I say that he's always in the storm zone. Oh my god, crazy storms. He's rushing into it. He runs into the storms as the Hydra army just melts. Nice power bomb. Okay, nice power bomb here on the carriers. No more storms. Classic is on his own. He's on his own. Where's the Gabe? Gabe, he's coming. He's coming back. Classic needs help. Yeah, Gabe races over, catching the tail end of ByuN's army, and with that they can turn back around. They can turn back around. GG gets called, and with that, Classic and Gabe, they take game number 3. What a crazy comeback. GG. GG, well played. Classic and Gabe, they do take a lead in the series. Gabe was dead, by the way. Straight up, Gabe, he was dead in the water. He was down to 20 SCVs. He even said it himself. He's like, what I love about that exchange, by the way, is that Gabe, he was like, yo, I'm dead. And Classic said nothing. He just ignored him and just kept playing it out. And Gabe was like, okay, I guess we're doing this. Like, okay, sure, whatever you say. And Classic, he had so much potential, and he achieved so much damage with the scouts. If you recall, the scouts, they were killing drones, killing SCVs, they were distracting, they were defending, and Classic, he was able to keep them alive. He was able to keep them alive, distract long enough for Gabe to eventually stabilize on 2 bases, for Classic to secure his 4-base economy, of course, build up into Skytoss. Even then, it was not easy. It was still a rocky road into the mid game for sure, but they got there. And once they stabilized, again, we were being critical of ByuN, for example. ByuN never got into his own mech. He often does whenever he gets into the late game, but no, he stuck with a bio army. Likewise, we saw that Solar also stuck with a biological or cheaper army as well, with Ling Hydra, right? With Ling Hydra Viper. So very cheap armies and very mobile. That's their advantage. The advantage here of what Solar and ByuN were doing is that they have very mobile compositions, so they can like rotate and go back and forth and try to outmaneuver their opponents, and they were able to do a little bit of that, but for the most part, Classic and Gabe were able to keep up with those rotations, shut down the pushes, and eventually overwhelm. GG well played. And with that, we're now getting into our next game here. Remember, best of 5. It is a best of 5, of course, and we're getting into game number 4. Going to be loading into Reclamation. Let's go. Let us go. Brood War carrier is so strong. I mean, kind of. Like, I think it's important to bear in mind that Solar had a subpar army against Skytoss. He never went Spire, never went Corruptor. Like, once again, as we're trying to emphasize, same with ByuN, right? ByuN stuck with a very marine heavy composition as well, even into the late game. Both ByuN and Solar refused to tech up, right? They refused to tech into Spire, into Corruptor tech, into Corruptor Infestor Viper. Likewise, ByuN, he did get into Ghost, that is true, but he didn't go into like Ghost Viking Tank Liberator. Like, they both stuck with mid-tier compositions, and I don't blame them because they were ahead, right? They were ahead. They were killing Gabe and Classic, but they did tunnel vision, right? That's more or less what happened there. They were like tunnel visioned on this more mid-tier army, whereas before them, Classic and Gabe were snowballing out of control. Like, they were stabilizing and building up a superior composition, and they snowballed out of control from there. GG. And GG will play. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Reclamation, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Brood War Terran. We have the Brood War Protoss. Once again, double Brood War. It is going to be Gabe and Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the double SC2 team. We have the SC2 Zerg. We have the SC2 Terran. It is ByuN and Solar. Pity the Dark Archons didn't really pan out. Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of fun things you can do with Maelstrom and with Storm, right? Like with the combination of the two, or even just Maelstrom, right? Like, just because it was a very bio-heavy composition. But if you notice, like the Dark Archons, they were also a little bit clunky. So we saw that Classic had a really hard time having them keep up with the army and making use of them. But hopefully we get to see them further in the tournaments. Hopefully. Always appreciate seeing Dark Archons. Like Classic, he even researched mind control, if you recall. Did research mind control, but again, never got to really make use of any of that. Oh, there we go. Here we go. From here, we're going to be opening up. We're going to be selling into our own bases here. Reclamation has more isolated main bases, but our naturals are safer and secure. We're on the high ground here. We are setting up, and eyes are going to be on our opposing SC2 team. Once again, Stargate opener out of Classic, opening up Stargate into Skytoss, and once again, we should be seeing mech out of Gabe. Now, last game, we did see the Mass Link Flood. Yeah, we're going for the Bane Bust. This time it will be a Bane bust. Last game was a Link Flood, and to be fair, Soul and ByuN, again, they did kill Gabe. Like, Gabe was dead, but Classic, he resurrected him, papi. Oh my god. Brought him back. He brought him back from the brink. Oh no. Put him on the door. Crazy. But this time we're doubling down even harder. So it's going to be a Bane bust. Solar is all in. Likewise, ByuN is also rallying across the map with all that he has, going into Reaper Hellion. So Reaper Hellion out of ByuN and Link Bane out of Solar. Bane that's almost done. Show says Banes. Here they come. Yeah, here come the Banelings. So far we have a battery on the high ground, bunker as well. We do have a defensive setup. As I mentioned previously, scouts, they do struggle defensively. And again, there's a reason why Classic and Gabe almost just straight up died in the last game. Scouts did struggle. They can focus on the Banelings, they can target fire, but there's going to be a swarm coming. Here comes the army. Dragoons, they focus on one of the Banelings. Oh, they do focus them down. The bunker still does fall. Yeah, the bunker falls. The boys are being pulled. Banelings have been dealt with, but now there's more Banelings coming in. Oh no. Yeah, Lings, they come in for the surround. They collapse here on Gabe. They catch out the Vulture. They catch out the tank. SCVs are going down. And this is a repeat of game one. Sorry, of the last game. Repeat of the last game here as Gabe will lose everything. 12 SCV kills. We flood in towards the natural. Classic does have a full wall. But can he hold? This time we're going for Classic. This time we're ignoring Gabe. We're trying to go for Classic. Classic has a secondary wall behind this. He's walled up. And now we just focus on Gabe. Lings, they flood in. They're flooding into the bases. Gabe, can he try to minimize losses once again? Oh my god, he'll lose the Vulture. 1, 2 Vultures go down. Better worker drilling here by Gabe. True. As Gabe cleans up all the Zerglings, and Gabe, he's holding. This is a cleaner... It's still messy, but it is cleaner defense than last game. Cleaner defense. And, ooh, Solar's now droning. Solar, they've admitted the all-in has failed. The all-in has failed, and now they're transitioning. Behind this, we have Cloak Banshee for ByuN, and Solar is starting to drone up. Gabe and Classic, they're holding. They're holding on. The Classic Marine. I mean, hey, they're playing Brood War, so it fits. As ByuN's still fighting for map control. Working towards Stim. ByuN playing Fire. Claiming his third CCL location and just building up into his economy. Once again, just like last time, we're building up the scouts. Now they can move out, they can harass. Classic is being active. Just like feedback that kills stuff. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, as Banshees, they do get across the map. 6 robes. 6 probe kills, not bad. Do we have detection? No. Yeah, no detection here. We're waiting for a scan. No comsat stations? No. I mean, that's just, yeah. There's nothing. Oh my god. No scans, no detection here. 12 probe kills. Critical damage being dealt by a singular Banshee. Scouts, they got a lot of work to do here. 13 probes, 14 probe kills. 15, 16. Yeah, 16 probes. This is critical damage. Unlike last time, Classic is now crippled economically. Scouts are being active. They do hit Solar. They get into the main, getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills, getting some damage. Gabe also being active. Oh, but he runs into ByuN. Does least now mining. Ooh, nice connections. Oh no! Barely not. Yeah, barely not here. Does scan, cleans up the minefield. ByuN does hold. The Meiji harass continues. We now have a constatation. Yeah, we now have a scan, but still that's going to be another 3 SCV kills, 4 SCVs. The Banshees have been insane this game. As we're going into Mutaplay against Mass Scouts? Oh, that's a bold move. I mean, Scouts are not as ideal as Corsairs, that is true, but I mean, they can still hold their own in a fight in the air. Solar massing up his mutas, moving out across the map. Ignores the scouts, they're racing back home. And here come the mutas. There are cannons. There are cannons. There are Corsairs now on the way. And Corsairs, they shut down mutas so hard. Oh, note if they get within range. Have to be careful. And Corsairs, they pull back to the batteries. Oof. Bring around Corsairs, they do splash damage. Scouts, they come back home to defend. One Corsair goes down. And these mutas, they're not going to find much damage here. They do get into the main of Gabe at least. Oof. Yeah, they're going to be chased down at the same time. ByuN pushing forward, takes down the third. Muta's going to be turned back. And here comes the Skytoss. Here comes the Fleet Beacon. It's still very tense. It's still very, very tense. Again, I'm not too fond of the idea of going to mutas, and we're still making mass muta. We're going mass muta against someone who already had Stargate set up here. Like aye. Okay. The concern is that the Corsairs are amassing, and the Corsairs, they punish mutas clumping so much. Nice move by Gabe. Gabe is in this game. Unlike last time, like he's in this. Catching out 5 SCVs, he will be surrounded. Vultures are shut down. Scouts move into the main base of Solar. No Spore. And they catch out the Queen. They came with the production here. Denying mining. Oh. Corsairs have to be careful. Not to overextend. Remember, they do have shorter range. Sniping more queens. Mutas at the spread. Yeah, we force the micro, we force the spread here. And we do take down 2 Corsairs. Not bad. Nice spread here. Nice spread out of Solar. No, he clumps up. Does come towards the end. At the same time, ByuN is pushing. ByuN is keeping into the bases. Sims into the mineral line. Our tank count is very low. We have too many Goliaths. A Goliath heavy army. But Gabe is holding. Gabe is holding. Every muta goes down. Mutas do fall. Lings, they catch out one of the tanks. No, never mind. they didn't catch anything. Yeah, Lings are cleaned up. The Bio Army does take down the natural, but it's heavily overstimmed. And will be cleaned up. Will fall. And Solar heal all his mutas. But Solar still has an economy. That's what matters here. 50 drones. As crafters again, they're being bullied back. ByuN is rallying across. ByuN still has a standing army. And it all comes down to the tank positioning. Gabe, can he keep up with ByuN? Gabe has 2 tanks. ByuN sims forward. It's still a very messy defense. Yeah, the tank is moving in. Oh no, it's exposed! No, the tank! We have to hold the line! Yeah, tank goes down. Massive pick up. GG gets called. And with that, ByuN, he breaks through. He overwhelms. And he takes down both Gabe and Classic. GG gets called. And Solar and ByuN, they tab the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, for the most part, Classic, he was able to get across the map. He was able to deal with Solar's army. That is true. But Gabe, he did lose an expansion. He bled out a bunch of tanks. Like, his own army was still lacking there. He was still trying to build up. Unfortunately, it did look like Gabe did invest too hard into Goliaths. The Goliaths were not helping. It was a big, strong reaction to the muta play. And I would say an overreaction to the mutas. So the Goliaths, they kind of ate into his Vulture count, which ate into his own Spider-Man count as well. So weaker defensive setup. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into the ace match, going all the way to game 5. Let's go. We're going to the ace match here, and with that, because Classic and Gabe just lost the game, they can force Brood War out of ByuN and Solar. Oh boy, we'll see if they do. We'll see if they do. What are we forcing? As the game 5 is going to be on Crimson Lab. Let's go. Let us go. What are we picking? As Here we go, we're going to be loading into that second game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of a Crimson Research Lab, we have the double Protoss. Yep. We have the orange Terran, we have the yellow Protoss. It is going to be Classic and HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Brood War team, we have the Brood War Terran, we have the Brood War Zerg. It is ByuN and Solar. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, it did go all the way here, all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 5. And welcome to Crimson Research Lab. For the first time this broadcast, we have a shared main base, we have a shared natural expansion, we have a pocket third base available for one of the players, and we have a longer rush distance by ground. We have a longer rush distance by ground. We do have some more bases here off towards the edges, a high base count, larger map in general, and often we do see longer and later games. But I'm curious what Gabe and Classic's plan is going to be now that they get to calm down and embrace their SE2 side. Let's go. From the side of ByuN, we've been seeing non-stop 3-rack stim timings out of our Terran player into aggressive builds and aggressive pushes, but we've seen mixed results here. Mixed results with those kind of aggressive builds. So we'll see how Solar and ByuN adjust and how they also approach the mid game, if at all. If at all. Is Brood War generally considered weaker? I mean, there's a couple of different factors. Brood War is less mobile when it comes to the races, but also I would say maybe a more important factor is that a lot of the players are just less experienced with the Brood War race, just because obviously they compete in SE2, so they're just a little more comfortable with their SE2 counterparts. There are some exceptions to that, right? There are some players that are, I mean, yeah, even in the last series, like ByuN, he wasn't like fighting to play Brood War Terran, even though he's decent, he's solid with it. He was still more than happy to play SE2 Terran instead. So it just comes down to what players are kind of used to and what they're comfortable with. When it comes to the races themselves, they are very different. They're very different. As I mentioned, they're less mobile, they're less versatile, but we have seen some strength, of course, some strengths. For example, we saw Classic and Gabe earlier embrace Mech and Skytoss, and they worked quite well together, but part of that was also because Solar and ByuN were kind of tunnel visioned when it comes to a more like mid-tier army. So there were other factors coming into play. There we go. Here we go. But now we're building up. But in general, I would say that like the Brood War races are slightly weaker in certain aspects. But you can still make use of them. Still make use of them. Like, I feel like there are stronger, you can definitely argue that there are stronger units when it comes to Brood War. So I'm referring to like the Brood War Storm, right? The Brood War Storm, or Dark Archons, or Defilers and Queens, like a lot of the spellcasters, Lockdown for Ghosts, or even the Brood War BC, for example. But it's like getting there, like getting up to that point, like can be difficult at times. As we're not going for 3x sim, we're going into mech. Okay, we're building up our mech army. So ByuN embracing mech. Behind this we do have Gabe building up his own 2-1-1 setup. Oh, interesting. Okay. Going for a delayed third TC into a 2-1-1 setup. From here we can go for a third Rax into hyper aggression, or just into our starport into bio heavy play. Yep, third Rax. Jesus. Okay, hyper aggression out of Gabe. We're going for an earlier timing. Yeah, we're setting up for an earlier timing. Spire and meter play out of Solar. Oracle perks in, catching out a couple of SCVs. ByuN setting up the center of the map, throwing down the minefield. So I should kind of get into what Gabe's plan is here. Because the starport is so delayed, we're going for earlier stim. Like, it's an earlier tank and bio setup here for a stronger earlier sim timing. We're going into delayed starport, delayed medevacs, and a delayed medevacs for a later push. Once we do move out though, it's going to be a terrifying army. It's going to be a very, very strong timing here from Gabe. There it is, starport is now on the way, and by the time the medevacs pop out, we move out, like we push. So we're pushing with the Medivacs. At the same time, we have Classic. How many gateways? We have 1 in the main base. We have 2 at the natural. It's going to be 3 gate blink. So this is a very versatile composition here from Classic. It's not overly aggressive, but he can support Gabe. He can support him as he expands. So Classic is being a little more economic, but can support with Blink Stalkers. And we're waiting for the push. At the same time, again, Solo's going to Mass Muta, which is a very bold move. Very risky. Mutas are amassing. So far, Siege mode is on the way for ByuN, setting up his tank line. His oracles are harassing. So far, no major connections. Mutas are revealed. Now they know. The mutas are revealed. A Stargate gets thrown down. +1 a flyer attack and a Phoenix production. So Classic switching the Phoenixes. Mutas are on the way. Remember, we have early stim for Gabe, so Gabe, he has a standing army against this. Mutas are make the way in. Phoenixes are ready. Cyclones respond, they catch out one of the mutas. Oof. Catching out one so far. Vultures, they push on the right hand side. And at least this aggression is keeping Gabe at home, right? Like, we mentioned that Gabe, he wanted to push with his Medivacs, but because of the mutas and because of the vultures, they're stuck at home. Third CC is on the way. Catching the Cyclone. Delaying the third. And the second Cyclone goes down. And these are nice little pickoffs. Nothing major, but again, keeping them pinned. And from here, we're getting into Overlord capacity. No, never mind. Cancels. Never mind. We have Annual Pulse Crystals on the way into Phoenix range. Charge lots as well. As Solar, he does get punished. Yeah, bleeding out 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna be losing everything here. Yeah, Mew's getting caught out. They're getting caught out. Massive losses here for Solar. ByuN, he's trying to be active, but he's out of position. He's too far away to counterattack, to punish, to support. And you can see Classic hunting him down. There's a scan. And Classic does attempt to intercept. Oh, a little bit late. Yeah, late to react, late to respond. Still catching up more Mutalisks. And that was how many? That was 14 mutas going down. Heavy losses for Solar. At the same time, though, ByuN just counterattacks. He counterattacks. He moves out across the map. Gabe is ready. Gabe is in position. Phoenix, as they race back home, they can lift the tanks. He can lift. Go for the Goliath. And does lift the tanks as well. Yeah, lifts up the tanks. Marines, they stim on in, and the tanks getting caught out. Mutas, they try to support, but the Bio Army, he stims, and he wins. Lifts up every single tank. ByuN gets torn apart. 0 tanks left. We have 2 more tanks on the high ground. That's all the Phoenixes are for. We just lift. We just lift everything, Pappy. We lift it all. GG gets called, and Classic and Gabe that will claim this series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They will advance on. They will take down ByuN and Solar. Again, ByuN and Solar, interesting style here. Solar going to Mass Muta. It's always risky. It's always risky going to Mutas, just because if you get scouted, then it is easier to shut it down. We saw Mutas that were seen by the Oracles, and as a result, we saw that Classic was able to switch into Phoenix production immediately, set up his Phoenixes. On top of that, because of Gabe's build of choice, he already had Mass Bio, already had the Mass Marine, he already had a secure position back at home as well. So the Mutas were lackluster, to be honest. Like, Solar, like, going into the Mass Muta was not worth it. It did fall on its face, and as a result, he could not support ByuN when it came to the main push, when it came to the mid game. Could not support him. GG, well played. With that, Classic and Gabe, they do advance on. They advance on into the grand finals, and they're going to be facing off against the winner of our next semis. It is going to be a best of 5 between Shameless, GG Machine, Rake, and Iosop. Let's go. Let us go. It's catching up the chat. What's crazy in Brood War is 2 Sunkens can hold 8 Marines, and no world is that a reality in SE2. Yes, but it's important to bear in mind as well that that is true, but Sunkens, they also can't reposition like Spine Crawlers can, and Sunken colonies are very necessary to be strong because there are no queens. Or I should say, the queen is a different unit, right? There are no early game queens to defend. You do require, I would say the Sunken colonies are necessary to survive like the early game aggression just because of your lack of queens, your lack of early game defense. Like they're just different races, right? I think some people make the mistake of maybe comparing like the Brood War and SE2 counterparts too much, when I think a better way of like looking at them is just different races, just like their own separate races. Of course, they share the names of certain units, but like a lot of units work very differently, and compositions work very differently as well. Very different. But here we go. Here we go. We're going to be jumping into our next game. Going to be loading in, or jumping into our next series here. Going to be jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Crimson Research Lab. Let's go. Let us go. Coming into this, Seamus and GG Machine, they are one of the best 2v2 teams in StarCraft 2. Straight up, they're one of the best. They perform very, very well in New Thermal's 2v2 circuits. They often do exceed and excel, even taking down 2v2 teams of players that are otherwise higher ranked, like players like ByuN and Solar, or Shin and Hero, or Maru and Creator, or players of that nature. Seamus and GG Machine, they are very, very well versed in 2v2. Rake and IOSUP, they're a lot more well versed in StarCraft Evolution, right? They're a lot more well versed in StarCraft Evolution. Coming into this, Seamus and GG Machine are going to be favored, but we'll see what their opposing team has to offer. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Crimson Research Lab, we have the SC2 Protoss, we have the Brood War Zerg, we have Rake and Ailsa. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Brood War Protoss, we have the SC2 Zerg. It is GG Machine and Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. I'm here for the Shame Machine. Let's go. Hi. We're here, we are ready, and we're loading in once again into Crimson Research Lab. We just experienced this map in the previous series, now we get to experience it once again. We do have a shared main, a shared natural, a pocket third base, and again, we do have even, I guess, a shared low ground here as well. We often do see some longer and later games. I say that, but last game we did have ByuN commit early on into a push, but again, was more or less on his own. Got shut down, the muted player was lackluster. We'll see how our players will approach this series though, this first game. Let's go. Bearing in mind this is the best of 5, and the winner of the series will advance on to face off against Classic and Gate. We'll advance on. For now, 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Interesting. So a much more aggressive start here from our Protoss player. Meanwhile, G Machine going Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of our Zerg. Likewise across the map, we do have a early pool. Early pool timing out of IOSUP. We have early Ling Flood. Okay, a much more aggressive start out of our Pig Zerg player. Building up early Lings, going into a later natural and later gas as well. I guess earlier gas, technically. As here we go, we have early Ling Flood here from IOSUP. Rake likewise opening up 2 gates. Ooh, so hyper aggression out of our team on the bottom right. Meanwhile, top left, we have more standard opener here by G Machine, and again, more aggressive out of our Brood War Protoss. Let's go. Lings are moving out. Yep, 1 base all in. Let's go. So 1 base all in here from Rake, and again, IOSUP, he is flooding very quickly across the map as well. Hyper aggression out of Rake and IOSUP. Can they break through? Can they overwhelm? As Lings hit the low ground. Spine Crawlers on the way. Spine is on the way, Lings to do pick forward. Again, we're just trying to buy time here to mass up more Zerglings, to mass up Dragoons, and Dragoons, they have arrived. And they have arrived, that will zone away. We should be seeing reinforcements soon here from Rake. Yeah, Stalkers are on the way, Warp Gate is being chronoed. But Rake is going to be hitting a little bit later. Yeah, it's going to be hitting later here. So far, Shameless and G Machine, they're holding. Spinecrawler did finish, moving down to the low ground. Queens are amassing as well. I'm not too confident in this all in. I'll be honest. I'm not too confident. Defensive Baneliness for GG Machine as well. Banelings, they will shut down these Lings so hard. We'll see. And we shall see. Here come the Warpins, here come the Stalkers. Proxy gets scouted. They know. Yeah, GG Machine and Shameless, they know. They pull back. Do pull back here. Brood War sounds are just baked into my memory so deep. 100%, 100%. There are certain like sound effects that like trigger core memories, you know? Like the tank hydraulics are a big one. This the armory sound. Sorry, the academy sound I meant to say. Oh my god, the Banelings! The Banelings, they shut down the Lings. And with that, the All-In fails. The All-In gets completely shut down. The Banes are pretty good. They're pretty good, baby. Ay, ay, ay. As we clean up all the Stalkers, clean up all the Lings, and with that Shameless and GG Machine, there's no Milling Eye control. They shut down the All-In. GG gets called, and they will claim a lead in the series. They take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a bit of an awkward one-base All-In here from Rake and Alsop. But again, once they realized what was going on, once they were made aware, again, defensive Banelings, high ground, Queens, Dragoons, we had the Spine Crawler as well. Solid defense there from GG Machine and Shameless. GG. GG, well played. They shut down the All-In. And with that, we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Dark Archon voice. Yeah. Very iconic. Now for me, even like the sound like the Hydralisk. Like the Hydralisk sound. Switching between hatcheries. It's kind of weird because technically I've spent more time with StarCraft 2 at this point. Like I've but yeah, Brood War, big part of youth. Big part. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be jumping into our next game. Into game 2, we're going to be loading into Reclamation. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Reclamation, we have the... Do we get double or do we... Yeah, we do. We have the double Brood War team. Here we go. We do have... Oh, they actually picked it, though. Interesting. We have the red Protoss. We have the pink Zerg. Oh, my God. We're being hyper-aggressive. We're going for a 12-11. We're going for a 12-11 here. Hyper-aggression. We're going for another all-in. It is going to be Rake and Ailsa. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the double SC2 team. We have the teal Zerg player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Shameless and GG Machine. And again, we go for a 12-11. This is the fastest link speed you can go for, so it's going to be a massive link flood here out of Ailsop. Meanwhile, we have Rake going for the proxy, setting up the pylon, going for the gateways here. It's going to be it's going to be a short series. It's going to be we're going to all in every single game, that'd be true, but will it work? Can we make this? Can we pan this out? So here we go. We have the gateways being thrown down. We're basically going for a flower here. No gas. No gases out of Rake. So pure Zealot. Just pure Zealot here. Not the prettiest looking flower, unfortunately. We're not forced around the pylon. But regardless, we have the 4 gate all-in out of Rake. We have the 12-11 out of Ailsop. Lings are going to be flooding across the map. He pulls out a gas purely for link speed. Here we go. Now, when it comes to our reactions, when it comes to our responses, Shameless does open up 2 gate opener out of Shameless, meanwhile Hatch gas pool out of GG Machine. So far, limited scouting. I say that, Shameless does check, he does see that the gateway is missing and that there's no gas, so already a big sign, and he confirms the early link count as well, they know. So now Shameless and GG Machine, they're fully aware the all-in, the Overlord will confirm the gateways as well. Now, knowing is half the battle. The problem here is that we mentioned this previously, but the main base specifically on this map, they're isolated, right? You're separated from your teammate, so individuals can be targeted down. It is going to be a little bit more difficult to defend your teammate, to help defend, help support. Here we go, making 4 zealots at a time. We have 2 spines in the mineral land here for GG Machine. We're just giving up the low ground. And Shameless needs to wall off. We need a wall off here for Shameless. Likewise, your machine gets Ling speed. Still mining gas. It looks like mains. It looks like we're mining gas here for banelings. Hatchery is buying time. We're targeting Gigi's machine. Again, he's on his own. Solito. Spine Coil, he's in the finish. No. Yeah, the first Spine Coil gets surrounded. The other does finish. Does complete. We do nice drone drilling. Nice drone drilling here on the Zealots. But drones are going down. Here come the Adepts. They're coming in. Yeah, Spine Coil does finish. And so far, nice defense. Nice defense here by Gigi's machine. Adepts, they do help support. Oh, as we didn't quite get this around. Interesting forward pylon. Yeah, the Spine Coil does move down to low ground. Oh, we'll be able to burrow. Lings, they collapse in. Adepts, they support from the back line, and we have a transfuse. We soon have a transfuse as well. Lings are going down. Zealots as well, and we are holding. Wow. Wait, we're holding on. We're defending. The Olin is failing. The Olin is failing, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Pylon is targeted down. Ling speed is almost done for Gigi's machine. Again, an impressive defense. I was most impressed by the drone drilling, by the worker control here to surround the Zealots and to maintain the worker count as well. That was very impressive. It was a Stargate opener here, Oracle across the map to cripple the economy. And, oh, gotta be careful. Oh no, the Adepts! Yeah, we do save the Adepts. Nice support there from Gigi's machine. Adepts, they shade away. Spine Coil comes into play here. And Pervs are falling. Yeah, Pervs are going down. Reiki's being crippled. What you see is what you get. Once again, Adepts, they avoid the surround. They shade away. Yeah, nice shades. Nice Adept control. Lings, they pull back. Oracle helps defend. And Shameless and Gigi's machine, the Shame Machine, they will claim game number 2. They'll take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We'll take a lead in the series, and we'll see if we can... And do we go for another one-base all-in? So far, it's been non-sub one-base all-ins here from Rake and ISUP. And do we commit even harder? Do we just keep going? Oh boy, do we ever try to macro up? At this point, we're too far in. At this point, we're committed back. We can't turn back around now. No shot. Let's go. Let us go. But again, a very, very clean defense there by Gigi's machine. And again, nice control. I was most impressed as well when it comes to Shameless, when it comes to his Adept control. Every time he was almost getting surrounded, he was able to shade away. He was already pre-setting up those shades, ensuring he never got surrounded, preserving his army. And with that, we're loading into game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. And once again, we have the same pairing, actually. Once again, what I mean by that, it is going to be double Brood War from Rake and ISUP. It is going to be double SE2 from Shameless and Gigi's machine. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Undercards, we have the Brood War Protoss, we have the Brood War Zerg. It is going to be ISUP and Rake. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the SE2 Zerg, we have the SE2 Protoss. It is going to be Shameless and Gigi's machine. Let's go. They're up 2-0, and they're one game away from claiming the series here. And we'll see what kind of all-in we have in store for us this time. Both Rake and ISUP have been going for non-stop all-ins the entire series. Does that change here and now? Do we commit again? First things first, hatch first. Already. For the first time this series, hatch first out of ISUP. Remember, game 1, he went pool first. Game 2, he went 12-11. Here in game 3, hatchery first. Okay. So let's go for the hatch first. Likewise, Nexus first out of Rake as well. Going for greedier builds, more economic starts. Interesting. Once again, 2 gate opener out of Shameless. Playing it safe. Opening up 2 gates, hatch gas pool once again out of Gigi's machine. Let's go. So it's quite cold, so I'm just warming up. been cold these past couple of days. So now we are going to be securing ourselves. Once again, safer play here from both HeRoMaRinE and Shameless. They're playing safer. Their opponents are being greedier. And from here again, we've yet to really experience any kind of mid-game play, so I'm curious to see how they do open up, whether we build up into Spire play, into Mutas, whether we go into Hydras, which is a lot more standard. Link speed is on the way and we're staying in gas, again, towards Lair Tech or Muta Tech. We'll see where ISL takes us. Likewise, Cybercore opener into Robo or Stargate. We still yet to embrace our tech of choice. Now, due to the safer start here, and I say safer start, we're going for the it's our turn. it's Shameless and HeRoMaRinE, they go for the all-in. We're going for a Bane Bust. Lings are amassing. Baliness gets thrown down. A third gateway here into a fourth gateway. 4-gate, 1-base all-in. It's our turn. The Shame Machine. They've been stuck defending the entire series, and they're like, hold up, you guys want to expand and be greedy? Nah. Now it's your turn to be defensive. Now it's your turn to survive the all-in. Let's go. Sunken colonies are on the way. First colony does finish, but it's being focused down. Ooh, it's being targeted down here, and it looks like it will fall. It's getting quite low. Stalkers, they pull back. One more volley. Uno más. No, one more shot. The colony barely does survive. But again, we're reinforcing. We can warp in 4 Stalkers at a time. Baneling's going to be morphing in as well. That first colony should be targeted down, and we'll see if we can maintain the second colony here and what the Banelings connect with. As Banelings will ensure that the Stalkers don't get surrounded. We're going to have 4 colonies. They're on the way. They're coming. He needs as many as possible. Banelings, they pull back. They don't want to be targeted down. First colony does full. Ooh, Banelings, they smash in. Yeah, they chase down the Zerglings. Oh, the final Baneling though, yeah, no major connection. Colonies are finishing. Now we have 3. But we are building up the Stalker count. The Stalker count is getting very, very high. 3 damage from the hatchery. Oh, Stargate opener. Uh-oh. That's brutal. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a disconnect. Looks like there was a disconnect. Scouts are... Wait, double Stargate? Wait, what? He's going double Stargate Mass Scout. Interesting. Okay. I mean, they can focus on the Banelings at least. And behind this, HeRoMaRinE is joining. Wow, he's joining up. Twilight Council on the way. The all-in has ended. The all-in has failed. The all-in has failed. We have no drones. Oh. Yeah, when it comes to our defenses here, I will say that Rake is in a solid position. He's got a 2-base economy, but Ilsap has nothing here at the natural. So sure, he's defending, but what does he have behind this? A non-existent economy. Now it is time to counterattack. Oh, can we catch out the Stalkers? We can. Yeah, massive catch here. Stalkers are going to be surrounded. Lings, they're out of position. And that's going to be, what, 5 Stalkers going down. Heavy losses for HeRoMaRinE. Banelings to get targeted down. And they're in trouble. Yeah, HeRoMaRinE and Shameless, they are in trouble here. Lings, they keep on chasing. They catch even more Stalkers. Massive catch here. Massive pickups. As they will clean up every single Stalker. Attempts to recall. Saves 1. Only 1. Yeah, saves 1 Stalker. Low ground expansion is going to go down. And the Mass Scout can excel here. Mass Scout can excel. As now we can head to the mineral lines. Queen is going to be targeted. Does find the Dragoon, okay. Oh, a waste of a Baneling. Better connection towards the end. And we're holding. HeRoMaRinE does hold on. They do punish the scouts. 1 scout does fall. Blink is on the way. Whew, we're getting messy. We're getting messy. We're getting rowdy. We're trying to build up in towards the mid game. We have a fleet beacon on the way for eventual sky toss. Again, like Ray, his setup here is quite solid. ISL has been droning heavily, so he's trying to catch back up, trying to drone, trying to saturate. Has no lair, double evo chambers, double upgrades. Is working on the Hydra upgrades at least. But it's going to be a shaky road here to the mid game. I guess for both players, like for everyone involved. It's after the early game. Scouts, they are sharking around. Sharking around. Blink is now done, which means Shameless, he can dive. Yeah, he will. He gets one. Yeah, 1, 2. Two scouts get caught. Nice catch. Nice pickups. Scouts are being punished. They do pull away. Go base is being taken here for GG Machine to recover. And we're going to Spire Tech. Ooh, this is bold. Obviously this is unscouted, but we already have mass scouts. It's already triple Stargate scout production. I'm not convinced by the idea of going into mutas here. And we also have Hydras. Like, what's the plan? There's just so much anti-air with mass scout Hydra. We'll see. We shall see. +1 flyer carapace is on the way here for GG Machine. He may just go straight Corruptor. That might be the plan. Go straight Corruptor. Corruptor Link main. Yeah, okay. This makes more sense. Yo, we're playing like Heart of the Swarm. We're Corruptor Link main. Let's go. This does make more sense. Like, this does make more sense here. But there are so many Hydras already. Alsop is moving out. Without splash damage, I don't see our duo holding here. We need those Banelings, but they're too late. Yeah, we evacuate. The low ground base is gonna fall. Dies the expansion. We have the mass Hydra. Takes down the hatchery. And Shameless and GG Machine, they are in trouble here. Speed is on for the Banelings. They have Baneling speed. Scouts overwhelm the air. Corruptors are now popping out. So Corruptors, he needs as much link main as well, so he's running in. Yeah, he does rush in. The Hydras, they pull back. Yeah, they pull back. They do spread well, and there's still plenty of Hydras remaining. Yeah, plenty of Hydras left over. Stalkers is trying to make a stand. He's trying to. Oh, there's just too much. Yeah, there should be too much here. Hydras, they step in. The Scouts as well, they help support. And we have a series. We have a series here. We're breaking Shameless. GG Machine has nothing left. And we're getting a back and forth back. It's happening. I say that. We are running out of Hydras. Okay, nice defense here from Shameless. Cleans up all the Hydras. Scouts, they bust into the mineral line. They take down everything. 34 probe kills. Insane damage. And he's not done. They're getting more. And 41 probes. Again, GG Machine and Shameless that were trying to recover after the failed all-in, and they were not able to recover. They couldn't do it, Pappy. They couldn't do it. Oh, God. As Banelings, they try to help support. And GG gets called. GG gets called. As Rake and Alsop, they will take the game. They will make a series out of this. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we did see, I say we did see, so far every game in this series, the all-ins have been failing. We saw Rake and Alsop attempt to all-in in game 1 and game 2, did fail. Here it was GG Machine and Shameless' turn, and likewise the all-ins did fail. And after said failed all-ins, they all did struggle to recover and try to macro out of it, and try to transition in towards the mid-game. We're not quite able to. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game 4, and we'll see if we can force the ace match. Can we go the distance? Can we go all the way? As game 4 is going to be on Rohana. Here we go. We are going to be loading in, and we'll see what kind of pairing we have this time. True. Show us what you got. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rohana, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss player himself. We have the pink Zerg. Okay, it is going to be double Brood War, by the way. Double Brood War. It is going to be Rake and Alsop. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our double SE2 team. It is going to be the blue Protoss, it is going to be the orange Zerg, it is G-Machine and Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. So I thought scouts are air-to-air. Oh, that's Corsair. It's Corsair. Aren't Corsairs better than Scouts? Corsairs are better against, specifically for anti-air damage. Scouts, they can be a little bit more versatile. They're a single target, of course. Single targets. Just catching up. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yes, from here we are going to be building up. We do have, oh my god, okay, we're going for a 2-gate opening here for Rake, going for a delayed expansion, as we do have a pylon block on the low ground. Meanwhile, we have a hatch gas pool standard build by SEL. Okay, hatch gas pool, hatch gas pool. Likewise, Jesus, Shameless, he throws down likewise a 2-gate opener into hatch gas pool. So far, mirrored builds. Mirrored builds. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Shameless is pylon blocking, just delaying the expansion, forcing out a Zealot, forcing inefficiencies out of Rake. Does force some inefficiencies. But there's no sign of aggression. No sign of aggression here. Link speed is on the way. We're staying in gas. This should be for either faster lair or Hydra tech. Is staying in gas. Oh, hello. Shameless does set up a proxy pylon. Shameless is easier to expand. He's moving out. We'll get his nexus. Okay, good. Shameless will get his nexus. So just a reinforcing pylon. Just a warp in across the map. Nothing major. No big commitments. G-Machine does claim his own third. And so far, we're just calming down. Calming down, we're settling in. Premier Twilight Council opener out of Shameless, working towards Blink. And it is going to be Ling Hydra out of SEL. Building up his Hydras. We've yet to experience our tech of choice for Rake. Did go Stargate last game. Here we're investing into Dragoon range. And we'll see if he does decide to mix in, say, Robo Opener going into Reaver drops. Get some more Stargate play. Show us what you got. So pylon is cleaned up. He's at the pylon. We have the earlier lair here from G-Machine. Interesting. So this is going to be a lair before any other tech. Earlier Baneliness, that is true, just to be safe, but we're going into the lair first. And from here, we can either go into Spire or Hydra tech. Looks like we're avoiding roaches. Avoiding the roaches. Once again, fighting for map control. Pylon is denied. Sending back the army. But again, no major commitment, not yet. We still need those upgrades. Blink is being chronoed. Shameless building up into a 4-gate setup. Yeah, he's going 4-gate Blink. Into a delayed third. Range upgrades on the way. This tells us it is going to be Link Bane Hydra. So getting to our Hydra tech from both players. No faster lair here, so no threat of any kind of lurkers. Thing Hydra. Jesus. And I was curious where the expansion was. No third base. We just throw down a massive wall of gateways. Yeah, Rake, well, they're going for a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in, that's why there's no third expansion for either Brood War player. No third bases. We're just committing. Jeez. Remember, Warp Gates does not exist for Brood War, so setting up the proxy here makes a little more sense to throw down just every single gateway. Just throw it all down to reinforce that much faster. Yeah, he didn't want to like cause any issues. Like, there we go. With the Sim City. Dragoons are amassing. Again, we're just going Mass Dragoon. And this is going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit very hard here. Shameless trying to go for a backstab. A counterattack would have been ideal. But GG Machine still needs more time. He's getting into Roaches. So I did miss the Roach one. I assumed it was going to be Lingbane Hydra, but no, it's going to be Roach Ravager. It's going to be Roach Ravager. Same time, Ling Hydra, they rotate over towards the top side. We have the Master Dragoons as well. This base is forfeit, straight up. Yeah, the base is going to go down. GG Machine cannot defend here. The base will fall, catching a reinforcements. GG Machine is in trouble. And I don't think they can be stopped. I'll be honest, like there's just not enough Roach Ravager. Like GG Machine, he just cannot support his friend here. Kind of nice thing one by though. This I like. Does go for the counterattack. And you can see everything turns around. Oh my god. Everything turned back around. Lings they get into the bases. Probe's going to be falling. But not so certain we can actually deal with the main army. Yeah, so many Dragoons, so many Hydras. Shameless, he's on his own. He's on his own, but we need Roach Ravager. No. Yeah, we're looking to just overwhelm. Just a massive army. How many gateways do we have even? 8. Yeah, with 8 gateways, Dragoons, they move in. They just bully their way forward. Some of the battles do connect. Boys are being pulled. Desperation here from Shameless. And they do clean up all the Hydras at least, true. All the Hydras do go down. Clean up the Hydras, they're getting on top of the Dragoons as well. They're holding. We're holding on, Badger. We're holding. Oh my god. And every Dragoon will fall. Yeah, we need support. We need buffer here for the Dragoons. They have no support. Oh my god. They break through the Dragoons. We're pushing further forward. If we can break this center location, that's game. Like, they just to break this position. They're almost there. The Shame Machine, baby. He blinks in. Yeah, blinks forward. Cashing out more Dragoons. Reinforcements have arrived. Yeah, now we have Hydras. Now we have the Hydra reinforcements. They have made it. Piles are connecting. Hydras are going down. Down to two Dragoons. Down to 2. And this is the majority of the production. The majority of the production is here. And it's gonna be depowered, at least some of them. Oof. Does go for the pylon. Depowers 2 gateways. Yeah, 2 gateways are depowered. Oof. And with that, the Hydras are on their own. They're being focused down. And GG Machine and Shameless, they're holding. They're holding on here. Whew, I was concerned. When this base went down, I was like, yo, we can just keep pushing. But the Ling counterattack did delay reinforcements, and if you recall, did force the entire army to respond, to react to it. So very nice distraction. GG gets called, and GG Machine and Shameless, they will claim the game. They will claim the series 3-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They will claim the series. They will claim the series. They will take down Rake and Alsop. Almost saw the ace match. Almost saw the ace match again. That was a terrifying 2-base all-in, which was gaining ground, which was pushing through, but they were delayed. They were distracted. Ling run by Ling counterattack did catch out some probes, did force back reinforcements, did force a big reaction here from the opposing Brood War team. And GG. GG well played. With that, we have our 2 finalists. We have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Classic and HeRoMaRinE up against GG Machine and Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. We have the grand finals. Un momento. So we are setting up. Setting up our finals here again. It's going to be that best of 5. Game 1 is going to be on Crimson Research Lab. Whew, let's go. Let us go. And this is going to be a wild one here. Again, when it comes to 2v2, I do consider these two teams being quite close in skill, but when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, that's when a different kind of skill set comes into play. So that does add this X factor, X factor here to kind of our expectations from these players. Show us what you got. As we're loading into game number 1. Here we go. Refresh the score. I'm so bad at keeping up with the scores in 2v2 just because the scores are so off to the side. Like they're a little bit less noticeable, at least for me, but I'll do my best. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Crimson Research Lab, we have the initial duo here. We have the SE2 Protoss, we have the Broodor Terran. It is going to be HeRoMaRinE and Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the SE2 Protoss, we have the Broodor Zerg. It is going to be a GG Machine and Shameless. Here we go. Bearing in mind that Gabe and Classic are not in voice, they're not in voice, so they do communicate with pings and via text as well. Let's go. So here we're building up. We did see some success when it comes to like mech and sky toss before, and that might be the plan here that they're going to be discussing. So they do build up. Likewise, we do have an early gas, early pool. We're going for the all-in. Okay, we're being hyper aggressive here. Early gas, early pool, delayed expansion. We're rushing to early link speed, and this may lead into a Bane bust. Oh, sorry, this is a Brutal Zerg player. My apologies. No Banelings, but we're going into the initial link aggression. Meanwhile, I believe Nexus first. Yeah, Nexus first out of our Protoss player here. Curious. Yeah, pulls out of gas, early link speed. Again, very late expansion here for GG Machine. And here come the early Zerglings. You can see the ping. You can see the ping here. So Classic, he does scout, he does confirm the early gas, does confirm the early pool, and Classic does ping HeRoMaRinE to let him know. Does let him know. Lings are moving out. We have more Lings on the way, as GG Machine is still flooding Lings. But again, at least Classic was able to scout. He was able to scout, able to confirm. Back at home, we have the early Zealots as a reaction to that. Marine as well. And these things shouldn't get too much done. We'll see. We shall see. As Zerglings, they poke forward. They attempt to surround, not quite able to. Nice control, Stargate opening here by Classic. Does open Stargate. Lings, they attempt to surround. And they catch out the Zealot. Nice catch. Yeah, Zealot gets caught. Miscontrol there by Classic. Marines that weren't able to support. And with that, we surround the Marines as well. Massive pickups here. 1, 2 Marines go down. And the Adept as well. Ooh, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Getting out of control. Thankfully, there's a full wall on the high ground. Oh, my apologies. Not a full wall. And these things, they're doing critical damage here. 4 kills, 2 probes, 2 SCVs. More probes going to be going down as well. A very messy start here for Classic and Gabe. Again, Classic, when he moved down to the low ground, the Marines didn't follow. The Marines did not follow, so Classic had a weaker position down here. Got surrounded, got caught out, and with that, everything just snowballed out of control. How many workers have gone down in total here? That is 5 probe kills and 2 SCVs. Oof, heavy losses there for Gabe and Classic. And behind this, Shameless is just chilling. He's just chilling, going Stargate into double Stargate. Ooh, double Stargate Phoenix out of Shameless. So going double Stargate Phoenix. Now the plus side is that GG Machine, his droning has been lacking, of course. Like his droning has been falling by the wayside due to the non-stop aggression. So there is a bit of a give and take. Gabe and Classic going for their own counterattack. And can they punish Shameless? Ooh, surround. Adept gets surrounded, massive pickoff, 1 does go down. The other shades in, and won't get anything done. But does confirm the double Stargate. Does confirm the Phoenixes, and we're entering Phoenix Wars. It's going to be Phoenix versus Phoenix. Oh, late second Stargate though from Classic. There's going to be a window in time where Shamelessly has the Phoenix lead. That's huge. He needs ground support. But there's only Marine. Like there's no Cyclone. Like here, like the Brood War Terran player has very limited anti-air early on when playing mech. So no Cyclones, and this might just be over. Yeah, this might just be over here. Classic, his Phoenix is going to be hunted down. Classic can never build up Phoenix counts. That should never happen. There's only one Marine, there's no anti-air. Oh. Does drop the tank though. Okay. We're respecting that one Marine a little bit too much, I'll be honest. Okay, the Oracle does backstab. 7 probes, very nice. But there was potential for damage. It was only one Marine. Shane was distracted by the Oracle. 8 probe kills, very nice damage. And again, to build up his army, Classic, he needs that ground support. Goliaths have arrived. He needs to fight with the Goliaths. Phoenixes are moving in. It is 10 Phoenixes to 3. Like, that's just how far ahead Shameless is. Shameless, he can just bully Classic. Yeah, he just bully him. Like, what can Classic do? He can do nothing. Like, 7 probe kills. Goliath does help. So again, like, he has to fight with Goliaths. Only with Goliaths. Shameless looks her way in. Again, Shameless has got double the Phoenix count. 12 Phoenixes against 6. Behind this, going for the Fleet Beacon. They're building up into Anion Pulse Crystals. The Phoenix War is back. And Classic and Gabe, they're stuck turtling. Like, they have to turtle. They just have to turtle up, stay home, relinquish map control. From here, GG Machine and Shameless can just mass expand, take more bases. 4th base now already done here for GG Machine. And what are we building up into? Into Hydra Tech. Okay. Getting into Hydras, into the Queen's Nest, into Hive Tech. So again, our top left team is just free to macro up. And now some of the Mass Phoenixes here to try to hit the fringe bases here. Ooh. Again, Goliath holding their own. This is where we have to make a tough decision. When do we throw down the Fleet Beacon? Sorry, you already have the Fleet Beacon. When do we start carrier production? And the Mothership. Like, Mothership into carrier is the next big step here for Shameless. We do see that he even has a 3rd Stargate, making 3 Phoenixes at a time. Forge on the way here as well. Into cannons. Both players go for the Forge. Let's go. Both players building up. This expansion here is very exposed, very vulnerable. Again, Goliaths are very clunky and they're not very mobile. So we have all the Goliaths here on the top side. There is potential to push into these classic bases. There are openings. There are gaps in the defense. Gaps in the defense. Phoenix is going to be turned away. We have our Mass Hydra. Gaming Classic, they commit across the map. Ooh, and we're sitting up either a surround or a backstab. Oh, he comes in, catches reinforcements, gets a tank, not bad. One tank goes down. Phoenix, they respond. Hydras, they do catch a Phoenix. Just the one, though. This is an expensive run by here. At the same time, we're collapsing in. Gabe is on his own. Gabe is on his own. Phoenixes are distracted, and the Goliaths are getting picked off one after the other. Yeah, massive losses there for the Goliaths. 3 Goliaths left. Gotta pull away. In the end, the counterattack was worth it. It was a distraction. Did distract. And Gabe and Classic being torn apart here. And being torn apart. We spoke about the Mothership. Mothership is on the way for Classic. We have carrier production here for Shameless. And getting to carriers. Oof. Phoenix counts up quite close. They are evening up, but the only reason why they're evening up is because we saw Phoenix production, because we have carriers on the way. That's the next big power spike for Shameless. It's going to be his power spike. Is that carrier switch. I will say the Mothership will help. There's going to be a big, like, there's going to be a lot of potential with Cloak. We can activate Cloak. This is the case for both players. Of course, the Gabe can scan. And there's one Overlord. There's one Overlord here for GG Machine. One Detector. There's Cloak. The Cloak is activated. The Overlord, no, the Overlord goes down. And the army has to retreat. So he has to retreat, but he does snipe the Mothership. Yeah, snipes the Mothership. Gotta respect the slow zones. And here they come. Here come the carriers. Likewise, yeah, we're just making more. We're just making more carriers. Classic is unaware. Classic is unaware. That's what's going on. Ultra production has begun for GG Machine. Phoenix says they will find a mineral line. Not bad. The first time they get across the map. And they get across the map. A carrier is about to reveal itself. Yep, scans. Now he sees. Yeah, now they see the Sky Toss. They confirm the carriers. At this point, I would have said that getting into like Valkyrie support there would have been value there for sure. Earlier, especially. But it's hard to really say that just because like we still have to be concerned about the ground army as well. But you could have gone away with a lower Goliath count with a handful of Valkyries, which are more mobile as well, into a higher tank count as well. Right, like the tank, there's barely any tanks because of how many Goliaths there are. So there definitely could have been a more efficient setup here from Gabe. So now we're going to be committing in. The Ultras, they break on through, they're getting on top of the tanks. Yeah, tanks are going down. Ooh, Tempest getting called out. Interesting switch into Tempest. But they did fall. Carriers are trying to move in. Yeah, they're trying to push forward here. We're running out of Hydras. They ran into the tank line, but they do take the expansion. And we back off. Shameless and GG Machine, they do back off. They do pull away. They kill the expansion. Once again, Classic, he does bleed out a lot of supply here. Down to 9 Phoenixes. Sorry, down to 11. 11 Phoenixes, 4 Tempests. Now, Tempests are superior to carriers, that is true. But only once they build up. As we commit in, going for another expansion, going for the gold. And the gold will fall. Gabe trying to rotate over. Does try to. The carriers being focused down. The Goliaths, they're popping off. He gets 1. He gets 2. Gets 2 carriers, but the Ultras are breakthrough. Like, there's still a ground army for the Zerg. The Ultras, they bust on through. They punish the Goliaths. They're speedy boys. Look at them go. Look at them go. Yeah. GG question mark. Yeah. I mean, again, Gabe and Classic, they've been playing from behind. They've been playing from behind for so long. GG gets called. And GG Machine and Shameless, they will claim game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Winding it back here again, it was just a very rough start for Classic and HeRoMaRinE. As I mentioned before, like they were just playing from behind. A Classic, he went for a Stargate opener, that is true, but because of GG Machine's Ling aggression early on, he did cripple their economy early on, or disrupt their economy, I should say. Shameless was freely going into double Stargate mass Phoenix, and Shameless was able to take a Phoenix lead early. Remember, he had double the Phoenix count. He had 12 Phoenixes to the 6 Phoenixes of Classic, so Classic was being abused. Classic, he was just playing from behind. behind, and Gabe had a really hard time supporting Classic with those Goliaths. Really hard time. So Classic was just bleeding out units, bleeding out probes, and due to the massive amount of Phoenixes that Shameless had, it allowed for Shameless and G Machine to mass expand because they had map control, so they had that lead the entire game. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. Going to be loading into where we're dropping. Show us what you got. Where are we dropping? Here we go. And game 2 is going to be on Reclamation. And I do also believe that we were stuck on maybe a too heavy of a Goliath count too early on. Goliaths are necessary. Don't get me wrong, they're necessary for Gabe just because it takes so long to try to work towards Valkyries. Like, that's not viable. So going into Goliaths makes sense early on, but I do feel like a switch into air to allow for a higher tank count would have made sense in the mid game, in the mid to late game as well. But regardless, even if that would have happened though, like, they were still playing from behind, right? Like, Gabe and Classic were still in a really rough position. And here we go, we're loading into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom side, on the bottom right hand corner, we have the SE2 Terran, we have the SE2 Protoss. It is going to be Gabe and Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the double Brood War team. We have the Brood War Zerg. We have the Brood War Protoss. It is Shameless and GG Machine. And as we get into this, a big shout out to Roctopus. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 4 months. Thank you so much, Mappy. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. As we are building up, we have both Gabe and Classic discussing their plans moving forward here, coming into game number 2. Bearing in mind that, oh, sorry, I have to fix up the, there we go. Fix up the scores. As both GG Machine and Shameless, they do have a lead currently in the series, and we'll see if they can extend that lead. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player, likewise 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Meanwhile, we do see Classic likewise opening up 2-gate as well, what they were discussing. Yeah, 2-gate double gas. Interesting. So double gas opener. Double gas is going to be a faster factory, delayed TC. These are very safe builds. 2-gate double gas, very safe builds here from Classic and Gabe. I say safe builds, they can also turn into aggressive builds. They can be aggressive with this as well, as they're building up an army early on. See a game with 6 Zerglings, so you kill 6 workers by 3 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that's what we tried to mention, is that G Machine did a great job at crippling both Gabe and Classic early on, which allowed for Shameless to be greedy, right? Shameless was greedy. Shameless, he was able to get his 2nd Stargate. It's what allowed Shameless to take a massive Phoenix lead early on, and he never lost it, right? He never lost that lead. It was just a very strong start for our Shame Machine duo. Oh, hello. This I'm not used to seeing. Early Evo Chamber. Early Chamber, early upgrades. You have my attention. Are we going into fast +1 melee? Like, G Machine is massing up a lot of lings. He's massing up a lot of Zerglings here. They did get eyes on the move out. But again, that is an excess amount of lings. Head up, say, throw in the shade. More gateways being thrown down. No tech yet, no expand. We're going for the all-in. Yeah, we're just going for the all-in. Hyper aggression from both GG Machine and Shameless. They're massing up their army. They move out across the map. We're getting messy. We're getting messy. Reapers into the main base, batteries in position. These Reapers are going to be shut down by the Dragoons. Lings again trying to catch reinforcements. We can see just a Classic racing back home. Yeah, does try to race back, and back at him, there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing here. Ooh, does force a cancel the bunker. CC's gonna be, oh no, the CC does finish. Ooh, just barely. Ooh, just barely does finish. Lings are flooded into the middle line. Probe's gonna be going down, and everything's everything's on fire. Everything's falling apart here. Here comes the Ling flood. As we mentioned, G Machine and Shameless are all in. They're completely all in. They surround the Adepts. Heavy losses here, losing 1, 2, 3 Adepts and all the probes. And there's nothing. There's just nothing to defend. We have 1 tank on the high ground, but again, Gabe, he can defend his own main, but he cannot help defend Classic. That's the downside of this map specifically. Reclamation, your main bases are isolated from each other. We're separated, and now we can just focus on Classic. Yeah, Classic, he's just being targeted. Lings, they flood in, Dragoons as well, and Classic is on his own. He's on his own. Solito, papi. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. And with that, Classic is dead. Classic, yeah, he is going to be shut down. With that, breaks through the natural, breaks into the main. GG. And with that, we have a 2-0 lead for GG Machine and Shameless. GG. GG well played. Winding it back here again, winding it back, we did see that GG Machine, he did go for a massive link flood, lack of scouting, lack of information early on, so they were unaware of what was happening. Unfortunately, we saw that Gabe and Classic were being active and they were harassing and they were getting into the bases of Shameless, but they were not aware of the lack of workers, lack of droning, lack of saturation, how committed GG Machine was being, and he just flooded. He just flooded across the map. They were overwhelmed. GG, well played. It was also really unfortunate as well that we had Gabe setting up into the tank as well, into the early tank. It did mean that he had less to work with, less to defend, less support as well, and all just fell apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, so we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for some mid-game play. Technically, game 1 was a longer game, but by no means was it back and forth. Like, as we try to emphasize, like game 1, like Shameless and GG Machine were just playing from ahead from the beginning. Like they were, like they just took a lead early on and they just kind of cruised their way in. So I've yet to really experience like that back and forth mid game that I so desire. Can we get there? Game 3, Yellow Jacket. Let's go. Let us go. We're loading into game 3 here. Show us what you got. It's easy. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Yellow Jackets, we have the Orange Terran player. We have the Orange Terran, the SE2 Terran, we have the SE2 Protoss, we have Classic and HeRoMaRinE. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the double Brood War team. We have the Brood Wars. Oh, is he going for 12-11? Let's go gas first. 14-14? 14-13. Okay, hyper aggression here once again. We have our teal Zerg, we have our blue Protoss. It is going to be Shameless and GG Machine. Again, they are the Shame Machine. They're Shameless, papi. Let's go. Gas first. Gas first. Early link speed. Early link speed. Early aggression here from GG Machine. And we saw this opener. I believe this is the same opener we saw in game 1. Basically, early link speed, early link production, into a hatchery, into early link aggression to kill workers early on, to get economic damage done. Gabe does set up on the... Ooh, we're setting up on the low ground. Okay, we're setting up our low ground wall lofts here. We are walling up. We are walling off. With this, we can go for early Reaper aggression. That is true. Early Reaper harass. Shameless opening up Nexus first. Yeah, Nexus first. So Shameless is being greedy. Okay, so we're not going for the all-in. It's not like both players are building up into hyper-aggressive builds. It is GG Machine being aggressive. It's Shameless being greedy. So it's very similar, actually, game 1. Very similar to game 1. Nice pylon block. Classic does block. At Classic, he also scouts. He confirms the early gas. Classic knows. And the pylon will buy time. We're buying time here. Even going for the cyber block. There's a cancellation. Pylon goes down. GG Machine can finally expand. And because of the foresight, because of the forewarning, we have Reapers getting ready. Yeah, Reaper into factory. Delayed CC here for HeRoMaRinE. Opening up double gas. We should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine here. We're fully walled up. We're fully walled off. And again, this is a big investment by GG Machine, and this time he won't get early game damage done. So sorry, I set up the early scores. So I was just distracted by the early gas. I was distracted. Link speed is done in 2 seconds. Reaper has to get the hell out of here. No! Okay. Does pull away. Does pull back home. Link speed kicks in, and we hold. Nice positioning here. That was actually really nice cooperation, actually. Really nice teamwork. Classic, he moved out of the way so the Reaper could move in, and then he plugged up the wall. Plugged it up. Nice teamwork. Oof. As Gabe is going to be careful. Gabe pulls out a double Stargate out of Shameless. Going double Stargate into Mass Scout. Meanwhile, single Stargate out of Classic into Phoenixes. I'm curious to see how this pans out, actually. I mean, I say I'm curious. I do actually prefer Brood War Skytoss in the early to mid game because we're going into Mass Scout versus Mass Phoenix. That is true, as we're going Oracle first as well, so that's going to be delayed Phoenix production. But if Classic tries to fight for the sky, all we need is a couple of supportive Corsairs, and the Phoenixes can never engage. Because Phoenixes, just like Mutas, are very prone to stacking. Very prone to stacking. Reapers, they poke in, they don't scout the tech. So far, Gabe and Classic, they're unaware of what's going on. Unaware. At least from Shameless' side of things. GG Machine, now he's droning, saturating, taking his gases, building a bit of Hydras. There's the revelation, scouts are revealed, and we are going into Phoenixes. And again, like, I'm concerned about this. Like, I'm not entirely convinced that Mass Phoenix is going to be anywhere near as good. Phoenixes are revealed. We have to build up our like initial scout setup first. Initial scout setup, initial scout core of the army, the foundation, if you will. Setting up the foundation, forge on the way for cannons. And I'm curious to see if and when we go into Corsair production. Yep, there it is. Now, we don't need too many. I feel like 5 Corsairs are going to be enough, and then you can just go back into the scouts. That scout stays zone away. The Lings just try to engage. Oof. Starting back the Phoenixes. And without the Classic, who lose control of the low grounds, Pylon's going to be going down. Can we break down the expansion? Oh no, the Cyclone, be careful. The Cyclone will survive. We'll zone back the army. Phoenixes, they give chase. Yeah, they nibble away at the scouts. So far we hold. Classic and Gabe, they do hold on. They defend the third. Here comes everything else. I believe that is the scout upgrade. Is that speed? As we have just one Corsair, actually. Okay, just the one. I knew it was going to be a lower count, but I thought we would have at least a couple more. And now moving in. Oh, jeez. Again, the Corsair does punish the stacking. And the base is going to go down. Down goes the third as well. The Ling Hydra does overwhelm. Gabe's tank can't move down. Yeah, some rough Sim City. Yeah, tank was out of position. And we're just denying the third. That's what we're going to do. Just deny the third base over and over again. From here we rotate. We're just rushing straight into carrier. We just ignore it. Oh my god. Yeah, we just go straight carrier. Third bases are being denied. Oh, does find one scout. So a bit of miscontrol there by Shameless. Bit of miscontrol. But last, neither player can expand. They're just, hey, they're stuck on 2 bases behind this third base here, getting fully saturated for Shameless. Third base for GG Machine. We just build up, we can drone. Carrier upgrades on the way. Yeah, and again, we just have a hard time rotating, maintaining these bases as well. There's one tank in position. We have the carrier capacity upgrade on the way. It's called carrier capacity. It's like, I think we said this last time. Now, some of the Brood War upgrades, like, they're just very literal. They're very literal. SMH. In SC2, it'd be cool, like, I don't know, like plasticsteel hull or something. I don't. Ah. Let's do that. Just increases capacity. Yeah, true. Fair enough. I see you. Premier carriers are building up. Gabe does break out. And carriers, they've still yet to build up the interceptors. True. They've yet to build them up. There is a window in time here where Mass Marine can maybe get some damage done here, but there is Hydra support. Ooh, tank does siege. Tank's within range. And again, there's only the one Corsair, despite that a lot of damage is being dealt. Corsair is going to be focused down. And there aren't enough carriers here. The first carrier is going to fall. Oh, can we get it? Ah, pulls away. Yeah, Phoenix is overwhelming. The Phoenixes are doing it. He gets one, he gets two carriers, not enough Hydras on the ground. Whew, and they break through. They break through again before we hit critical mass of carriers. We're doing it. Classic and Gabe. They break out across the map. They break the main army. We do pull back to the shield battery, though. We pull back to the battery. Battery does maintain the carriers, but again, now there's only three. Again, they need time to build up those interceptors. They still need time. And we're just going to keep going. Like, at this point, we're all in. Like, we're just going to keep going, knock down the bases, cripple the economy. 14 probe kills. We can't let Shameless stabilize. We can't let him. Keep going. Send it back. Oof. So Hydras do support. Yeah, carries to get called out. He gets one. He tries to. Jesus. The battery. Yeah, the carry does fall back. But the base is falling. That's what matters here. The expansion is going to fall. We'll take down the Nexus. Tanks stay bully back the Hydras. Lurkers now morphing in. Yeah, Lurkers are morphing in. Lift on the Lurkers. Nice moves here by Classic. Hydra's trying to break through the tank line. And so many Hydra's going to be going down. Massive tank shots. The tank shots back. Keep going. Now the carry count is terrifying, but once again, like, the interceptors are lacking. We're lacking interceptors. Shameless, he's supply blocked. And again, we break out just in time. Now finally they retake their third bases, claiming a fourth. Whew, we have a series. I was concerned it was going to be a 3-0, not gonna lie. I was very concerned. And again, if they had waited any longer, I feel like it would have been, to be honest. Like, we mentioned how there were, what, 4 carries at the time, but they were still working on interceptors. Like, I think only one had full interceptors as well. So that timing was so crucial there for Classic and Gabe. If they had waited any longer, different game. Different game. They're coming from behind. Expansion goes down. And we just keep pushing. We keep going. We don't stop, Happy. We got the Tempest as well. A much more secure answer to the carrier. Getting his Tempest. And you know what I'm curious about, actually? I want to see Shameless and Ginger Machine. What do we go for after taking a loss? Do we go double AC2? Do we commit into double Brood War? What's it going to be? As GG gets called, GG gets called, and with that, HeRoMaRinE and Classic will put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Eventually, again, they were able to break out, push across the map. Despite Classic struggling, I mean, both players were struggling to expand and build up their bases, but we saw the Gabe was able to build up a heavy bio army. They pushed across the map, hit the center expansion, and again, they hit just before the carriers had really hit their stride. Just before they were really built up and really ready. They broke on through. GG, well played. And with that, we have a series, we have a finals, and we'll see if we can make it all the way to the ace match. The pressure is still very much so on Gabe and Classic, still very much so. And remember, it's loser's pick. That's what I'm curious about. It's loser's pick. So GG Machine and Shameless, what do you have for us? What do you have? What do you got? So game 4 is going to be on Undercurrents. Whew. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Those carriers are beefy? They were. I mean, sure, they had some battery support, but the Phoenixes had a hard time knocking them down. The carriers are thick, papi. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have... Oh, we are forcing. Okay. We have the double Brood War team. We have the German Terran. We have the South Korean Protoss. It is HeRoMaRinE and Classic. Forced into double Brood War. Meanwhile, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the double SE2 team. They have picked and chosen to play on with SE2. It is going to be the blue Protoss. It is going to be the teal Zerg. It is ByuN and Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. In public, shamelessly too. True, true. Shameless. Oh. As we are building up our forces. Again, we had Gabe theorizing that they're going to go into Ling Phoenix. So, yeah. And we'll see if that's the case. Again, Stargate play is very common in 2v2s, regardless of whether it's Brood War or SE2 Protoss. So that is, I mean, a solid prediction. We'll see how ByuN plays this out. So far, Hatchgas Pool, standard opener out of ByuN. He has been going for a lot of Ling aggression, that is true. We'll see if that continues here. We'll see if that continues. I will say that it should be a bit of a better defensive setup early on. We have a shared main base, we have a shared natural, and Classic gets a free pocket expansion as well. So as a result, we often do see a lot of mid-game and mid to late game on Undercurrent. So I wanted like a back and forth mid-game, and we'll see if we can finally get it. Can we get it back? Can we get into the late game? Oh. Hey, maybe. For now, we're taking our natural bases, we're securing ourselves, we're imagining, you know, a mech sky toss out of both Gabe and Classic. Imagine. Hello, as Shameless sets up for the proxy. Throws down the proxy pylon. Did go for his own natural expansion, bear that in mind, so no one-base play, but you have my attention here. The probe is on patrol, Cybercore is now done. No shot we're going for a committed tech structure here. No shot. Yeah, Proxy Stargate. Okay. Proxy Stargate into Oracle Harass across the map. This is risky just because it does mean that once you lose map control, you will lose the Stargate. You will lose it. The added benefit, of course, is the Oracle gets across the map faster to ideally hit the Terran. I mean, to hit either player, really. Here we go. Here we go. Meanwhile, third base on the way for ByuN. Building up, saturating. It is going to be mech, of course. So we do have our second factory in production here for Gabe. Building a bit of vultures. Second Stargate for Classic, getting into his own scouts. I mean, true, the scouts are going to be out. There's going to be an answer here to the Oracle. There's going to be an answer. I'm not entirely convinced by the proxy Stargate, but we'll see. I'm not convinced. So far we have our full wall. Adept does shade in. Shades in, gets a full scout, confirms the double Stargate, mass scouts. And Shameless is going into Blink play. He's going into Blink Stalkers. I mean, he has to. In the sense that going into like Mass Phoenix is not going to be viable here with a proxy. The Oracle does hide. That was that was Gabe pinging the Zealot to move out of the way. That's hey, open up. Okay. So we're opening up Vulture Goliath. The guy Goliath again, he's just blindly trying to hard counter Phoenix play. We know that there are no Phoenixes. Working off of intuition. The Oracle does hit the main. Not bad. The scouts they moved out. Getting up to 6 probe kills. 6, 7 probes. Okay, probes towards the end. The Oracle does fall. Bearing in mind there's no more Oracles behind this. It is Blink. And the Stargate has been found. From here we're switching into tank production. We need that ground army. The Oracle was worth it. we'll see how Shameless plays this out. So far, just 3-gate Blink into the 3rd. More of an economic build here out of Shameless. Trying to keep up with the scouts. Because of the double Stargate Scout Opener, carriers are on the horizon. Like, that is the win condition for Classic. Get into carriers. And I'll be honest, I'm not really convinced that we have the answer to that. Like, Jesus, we get the entire mineral line. Yeah, 7, 8 probe kills. Classic does equivalent damage to what he sustained with the Oracle. So nice counter damage. Shameless out of position. Opening up the wall. Got some messy SimCity here. Oh no, the tank can't squeeze out. Has to kill the bunker. Yeah, we're just landscaping a little bit here. Leveling out the ramp. Here it does break out. It does break out, does zone. Carrier production has begun. Like, as things stand, like, I don't see a world where our SE2 duo can kill Gabe and Classic anytime soon. So I feel like we can freely just build up into our carriers, turtle up on 3 bases. Like, remember, especially because of the pocket expansion, like, Classic's economy should be secure. We're building up our tank lines. Again, it's going to be Mech and Skytoss. And we're playing for the late game. Okay, yeah. As we assume, like, there's no all-in coming or anything like that. We're just building up into Spire, into Hive, into Corruptors, into Spellcasters. We're playing for the late game, but at the same time, like, the Protoss force here, Shameless' side of things, he's stuck with a very gateway-heavy composition, which I feel like doesn't scale well at all against Mech and Skytoss. It's just a very awkward mid-game here from our Shame Machine. The Shame Machine is breaking down. It's not firing on all cylinders. No. Now there's potential with these Stalkers. They're very mobile, of course. They're very mobile, and we can maybe... no. If there was only Protoss here, then maybe, well, we have tank lines. Like, we have tank lines everywhere. Like, how do the Stalkers move in? Like, it feels like we're stuck with this kind of gateway army. We can't really make use of it. We can't use it, Pappy. As we have a line of tanks, line of spider mines. We're fully turtling up. More carriers are amassing. Ideally, this does lead into Dark Archons or High Templar as a supportive unit. Oof! Oh god! Like, what's the end goal here for Shameless? Like, what's the end goal composition? I guess is what I'm getting at. For GG, he has a Spire, right? He has a Spire. He has access to Corruptors. Hydrogen try to collapse in. They run into a siege line. Yeah, the Skytoss is here to support. Oof! Once again, massive tank shots. Viper production has begun. And the issue that I have here now for GG Machine is that he's sticking with Ling Hydra Viper. He's sticking with it. It has potential with Blinding Clouds, of course. Like, you can try to, like, mass Blinding Cloud and break a position here. But that won't help against the Spider Mines. Like, Spider Mines are still a really strong supportive unit to punish any kind of dive. And of course the Skytoss as well. But I think that's the only thing I can think of, is that this army is just built to dive. Like, we're just building up for, like, one massive, like, commitment. Just jump in. But the longer this goes on, like, we have missile turrets, we have cannons. Like, this is a solid brick wall. Like, we're not, but we're going for it. Here come the Vipers. Let's go. This is it. It's all we have. Yeah, he's going for the dive. Here come the Lightning Clouds. Oh, sorry, abductions even. Oh, true. He can abduct tanks. We can't do that in SE2 anymore. Oh my god. We forgot. There's still more tanks though. Yeah, there's still another tank line. The Stalkers get punished. And they don't break through. They do not break through. But true. The Brood War tanks aren't stuck to the ground. Cool. Nice Prism harass. War Prism into the main. Zealots, they do warp in. SCV kills. Nice damage. Hydras, they push forward. And they don't break the forward base. Yeah, carriers will defend. So this was some decent damage. Even here, some awkward movement for Gabe. So 16 SCVs, and we were able to clean up a couple of tanks. How many? Let's have a look. 9. 9 tanks went down. Now, what's scary here is that this was all damage done to Gabe. What about the Skytoss? What about the Protoss? What about Classic? Classic was left alone. It was left alone. So Classic is about to max out with Skytoss. He's got Storm on the way, High Templar amassing, more carriers. He's got 9, so to be 13 carriers. Oof. Does go for Blinding Clouds, does abduct. He gets 1, he gets 2, 3. Yeah, 3 carriers, nice abductions. Oof. But the ground army still being punished. And the goal here is just turtle. Just turtle up until we max. Until both Gabe and Classic max out. That is going to be the goal. You might be looking at this and be thinking, oh, but Sheamus and G-Machine, they have every base on the map. That is true, but they're stuck with a very mid-tier army. It's a very mid-army, if you will. And this is fine for Sheamus and G-Machine if they can kill bases. If they can deny these expansions, oh Jesus. If they can deny these expansions and cripple the economy and stop their opponents from maxing out, then sure. But if they fail to do so, like we just saw, then they will be outscaled. Mass Blinding Cloud's not bad. Does Mass Blinding Cloud, but the Blinding Cloud's about to run out. Yeah, the Blinding Cloud runs out, there's no follow-up. The Clouds, they do nothing. At the same time, we did attempt to drop into the bases. Yeah, Prism into the main base. A lot of workers are going down. I mean, very nice Prism, very nice counterattack. Oh my god. Yeah, ZX is fools. Okay, we're doing damage. It's working. They're killing CCs. Yeah, this CC will fall. Nexus as well. They're breaking through. If they fail to do this, then I'd be concerned, but no, they're killing bases. They're achieving their goals. 28 SCV kills. Oh, gotta be careful. We still gotta respect the main army. Jesus. Mass abductions, oh my god. We have the defense matrix, we'll save 2 carriers. I'm loving the use of defense matrix here, but one of the carriers still goes down. That's what, like 4 carriers falling. And I think they've done it. Like, I think at this point they've broken the shell, if you will. Like, they've broken their shell, they've broken the defensive line. From here on forward, it's going to be a much more difficult defense for Classic and Gabe. Much more difficult. Pushing further in. Stalkers, we gotta be careful here, as we're stuck with A move. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. Sheamus was distracted, going for a Zealot rub mine. Gets into the mineral line. Zealots get in. Oof, storms do punish. Massive storms. Herbs are going down. And we're just gearing up for another dive. And if we can just keep denying these low-gun expansions, then eventually Gabe and Classic will run out of money. Right? They'll eventually run out of money. They'll run out of resources. Oh, rough rotation. Yeah, bit of an awkward rotation. And again, what's making this really work here are the Vipers. Like, the Vipers have been the MVPs. They're the MVPs. There we go. We have Maelstrom on the way. Speaking of spellcasters, it's going to be up to Gabe to EMP. Remember, Science Vessels can EMP, so can the... so we can feedback as well. Yeah, feedback's 1. Archon gets caught. But again, because the Vipers have been so crucial when it comes to these dives, like it's all about the EMPs and the feedbacks. Stop the Vipers. If they can't stop the Vipers, then they won't stop the Shame Machine. They can't stop them. Oh no! The science vessels! Oh god. Gets one vessel, but does take a lot of tank shots to the face. Oh, going for the irradiates. Does go for the irradiates. Dark Archon trying to flank. But the Vipers are further back. And you can see GG Machine, he does babysit them, does pull them further back, ensuring they're safe. Zealots that catch out a couple of tanks. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, up to 4 tanks. Very nice. I still let run by. As the Terran army does break out. Trying to break out. Seamus trying to take one of the classic spaces. Attempting. Oh. He ducked in the changeling. God damn it. SDG machine. But again, he's cleaning up tanks. Cleaning up more tanks. We are lacking saturation though. This is a big concern now. Once we're getting into the late game, we have a lot of drones, a lot of saturation on these closer bases, but we need to focus and fixate on saturating these fringe bases instead. There we go. Now he's rotating. Now he's transferring. Otherwise, they might be in control of Gabe. Okay, we're moving out. We're pushing. We're breaking out. Tempest have been amassing. Shame was switching into Tempest production. Has to pull away though. Gee, the defense matrix here in the Archons is crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, defense matrix is running out. We come in from behind. Mass power bomb. It does storm the Stalkers. Oh, the Stalkers do go down, but the Ultras, yeah, the Ultras do clean up. We clean up the ground army. The tanks full. The Vultures as well. Just a very messy fight. Tempest, they break through. The Tempest back. They can focus on everything. Yeah, they focus on the science vessels, the carriers. Again, the ground army was lacking. Seamus is building up his own perfect army now. Like, we're done with the Mass Gateway army. Went for the Tempest switch, the Tempest transition. We're at how many? We got 15 Tempests. Remember, they do bonus damage to massive. They do counter the carrier. We have to bring everything together. At the same time, CC is denied. Carrier's distracted on the left-hand side. Base goes down. Machine is going to be careful. Has been training. And Seamus just rotates. Takes down the center base of Classic and now can rotate towards left-hand side. And knock down another expansion. He's lacking tectonic destabilizers, so it does take a little bit longer here, but he does snipe the base. Gabe is more concerned about expanding. Nice irradiates on the lurkers. Does go for the powerbomb. And powerbombs the science vessels. A couple of vessels do go down. Guess what? 1, 2, 3 vessels. Tempest keep moving in. Armies are distracted. The Tempest just rain down on the bases of Classic. Ay, ay, ay. A nice storm. Tells in a nice storm. Hydra's able to down another expansion. And again, we did have an impressive breakout moments here for Gabe and Classic, but oh my god, they're just being torn apart. There's counter expand, massive radiate. Oh my god, it radiates everything. The Hydra's being cleaned up. We get the Maelstrom as well. The Maelstrom. But what about the Tempest? What about the Tempest? Seamus does have to be careful with him. I also want to get called out. Bearing in mind the Classic is building up mass. Oh, Jesus. He stole himself. What was it? Be careful. But he's building up mass scouts. God, the changelings are choking up the army. The changelings, man. That actually did affect the defensive rotation, unironically. Shouts to the changelings. I forgot to update the scores again. Sorry, I was just so engrossed in the game. I was so engrossed. It happens, man. It happens. As at this point, we're just committing. Yeah, we're just committing across the map. The bases are falling one after the other. The Tempest Day cannot be dealt with. We just commit across the map. Mass storms. Hydras are struggling. We need those Tempests defensively. Like, this is good damage, but we can come back home now. No, the Goliath. Yeah, Goliath's moving in. Classic, he does race back home. Oh, and they're teaming up. Yeah, they're teaming up here on Shameless. Shameless, he's by himself. He's on his own. Get out of here. It does force a recall. We'll lose 1, 2, 3, up to 4. Up to 4 Tempest. Does force a recall. And Classic still has a terrifying army. Still has his carriers. Still has a higher scout count. They've been losing bases. But they're surviving. Unfortunately, because of all the expansions here from the opposing team, we can rebuild. We can rebuild, remax. Or Mass Stalker. Once again, though, does overextend. We'll lose 1, we'll lose 2, 3 carry. Jesus. Yeah, the carry count's going to be reset. The scouts, they move in. The scouts, they reset the carry. Sorry, they reset the Tempest. I can say carry. They reset the Tempest counts. Alright, just coming in from behind. Nice power bombs. Very nice power bombs. Yeah, trying to catch out the scouts. Oof. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They blink on top of the army. They focus on the tanks. And can we focus on the carriers? He can. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, getting all 4 carriers. Resets the Skyjust army. Oh my god, the Maelstrom and the Irradiate. But GG gets called. And with that, you can't stop the Shame Machine. They will claim the series 3-1, becoming this week's StarCraft Evolution League champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Shameless and GG Machine. They will claim the series a takedown. Classic and Big Gabe. Again, Classic and Big Gabe, they were able to build up they were building up their perfect armies, right? Like Mech and Skytoss. They were securing their armies. But, and if you recall, I was not really convinced that this Mass Gateway and Ling Hydra heavy composition would actually work. But the Vipers, we spoke about it, right? The Vipers, they did excel. They were insane as they were able to move in and punish these siege positions, of course, allowing for the Shame Machine to come in to reset the tank count, to catch out some key carriers, as we saw many abductions on the carriers, and of course punish the bases as well. And with that, they broke the shell. We did mention they kind of broke the shell. They broke the defensive line of Classic and HeRoMaRinE, and eventually allowed for the Mass Tempest switch. Eventually, but even before that, they were doing very, very well, knocking down bases, War Prism Harass into the expansions as well. They did pull both Classic and HeRoMaRinE apart. GG, well played. Did get pulled apart. Whew. And again, congratulations here to both Shameless and GG Machine. Again, they're one of the best 2v2 teams in the world, and they do excel here as well in StarCraft Evolution in the SEL doubles #2. Bearing in mind that this is a bi-weekly tournament, I don't know how long it's going to run. Right now, this tournament is partnered with Euthermal's 2v2 circuit, but the circuit is coming to an end, right? The 2v2 circuit is, I think this is the final month for the 2v2 circuit, and then we go into the playoffs. So after the circuit concludes, I don't know if we're going to be running any more of these 2v2 tournaments for StarCraft Evolution. It'd be fun if they do. It'd be fun. It's a nice breath of fresh air, but I don't know if it will continue. So it's we'll see. We shall see. It's up to the event organizers whether they continue it or not. Here we go. Oh, let's go. Yeah, my apologies. I updated it towards the end, but specifically in 2v2s, it's because I'm like used to seeing I'm looking at bottom left, and I just naturally see the scores there. But in 2v2, the scores in a different position, and yeah, often does fall by the wayside. It's forgotten. Smurge. Yeah, 2v2 is fun. It's fun for sure. It's fun for sure. And we're in like an era of StarCraft where a lot of the top players are embracing 2v2, which does help it quite a lot as well. But GG well played with that. Congratulations to GG Machine and Shameless. Shout out to Classic and Gabe, because I'll be honest, I didn't expect them to go all the way to the finals, just because of some of Gabe's inexperience in StarCraft Evolution. But was mentioned earlier is that apparently Gabe played a lot of Brood War when he was younger, when he was a kid, and that maybe helped him out a little bit when it came to unit control, when it came to composition specifically, and his overall setup. GG well played. Congratulations. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the morning. Again, exclamation mark schedule, I think, in the chat. Have a look at our schedule, and so we'll have a look together here, as it's been an intense week of StarCraft. So we were just covering GSL last night. We were live casting GSL. For those who don't know, GSL is back, and we've been casting. We were the only English casters for the qualifiers, and we've been casting the main event as well over on Soup. Exclamation mark Soup in the chat to our link to our Soup channel, where we have been casting all of GSL, including GSL CK and GSL qualifiers. Meanwhile, when it comes to our regular scheduled broadcasting, later on tonight we're going to be live with the podcast. The podcast is our weekly talk show where we talk all things StarCraft. I know that a new patch just went live for StarCraft Evo, so there's a new patch to discuss and many other news. Let's actually have a look here. I have some catching up to do. We didn't miss the podcast last week, unfortunately. We did miss it last week, so we have a bit of a backlog. We have a lot to discuss. What do we have? We have a Diablo Immortal and StarCraft crossover. We have the SC Evo patch. We have a new podcast episode with, I believe, Comeback TV. We have a new Beyond the Ladder episode with Gamer Richie. And we have all the tournament results as well. True. All the results. There's a lot of tournaments to discuss. Because it's going to be a little bit jam-packed, we might like spread some of this out a little bit. We might actually keep SC Evo for next week, actually. Discussing the patch, I mean. As 1.19 just went live. Like today or yesterday. So there's a new Evo patch. So that's going to be later on tonight. You can also see the GSL rebroadcast over the weekend. Again, we live cast GSL on Soup, and we're going to be showcasing those VODs and the rebroadcasts on other platforms on Saturday and Sunday. Meanwhile, we have our own tournaments over the weekend. We have Sea Looking Open and Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. So we have our own tournaments that we're going to be hosting, our online weeklies and monthly tournaments as well. So you can check them out over on our channel, of course. We're live every single day. As you can see here, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. More than Morty, more than Steadfast. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Otherwise, if you want to support us, you can follow us on all the channels. YouTube, if you want to watch something live, and if you missed out on the previous SEL doubles tournaments, or if you missed out on GSL or Tunic Cup or Home Story Cup or some of our other tournaments, then check us out. Check out the VODs over on YouTube. Likewise, you can also support us via Patreon if you wish. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. It funds the Tunic Cup, the Duckling Open, and the Swan Open as well. All of our events are funded via Patreon, so thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our patrons, to all of our supporters that allow us to host those events and that help us grow our prize pools as well. You can help us reach our next stretch goals and hit greater heights for those tournaments via Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys later on tonight for the podcast. See you then. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you then. Hasta luego.